finally, a warm welcome to the dedicated team whose tireless efforts brought this event to fruition. Dr. Vandana Jain, convener, and Ashwini H, organizing secretary. Thank you, ma'am. And I also welcome media persons as well as the sponsors of today's event, Bank of Baroda, UJIRE. Thank you for your presence. To all the scholars, researchers and participants, your intellectual curiosity is a true engine of this event. Today we commence two-day national level conference on promoting human rights and mental health care approaches, opportunities and challenges. So we are confident that under such eminent patronage, this event will be a resounding success. So once again, I welcome you all and thank you for being a part of this significant event. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I extend a warm welcome to you as well.
To ceremoniously hand over the bookmarks as a symbol of harmony and knowledge, I now invite Dr. Vandana Jain to present the bookmark to Dr. Satish Chandra S. Ms. Ashwini H to present the bookmark to Dr. Taranath Shetty. Dr. Mahesh Babu N to present the bookmark to Professor Vishwanath P. Dr. Ashwini Shetty to present the bookmark to Dr. Soumya BP. Ms. Sindhu to present the bookmark to Dr. Vandana Jain. Ms. Atmega to present the bookmark to Ms. Ashwini H.
Light signifies purity, wisdom and dispelling of ignorance. To formally inaugurate this national conference, we request Dr. Satish Chandra S to lead the lighting of the lamp.
Say.
We now invite Dr. Vandana Jain to present the briefing for the book release.
Om Shri Manjunathaya Namaha. Good morning everyone, respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. It gives me immense pleasure to stand before you today on this special occasion, the release of truly heartfelt book commemorating 25 years of our Department of PG Studies and Research in Psychology, SDM College, UJIRE. 25 years is not a small milestone. After celebrating the silver jubilee of our department last year, we felt that the memories, the achievements and the countless moments of joy deserves a more permanent place, something we could hold, we could cherish and look back on with pride. It was then that the Secretary of SDM Group of Institution, Honorable Dr. Satish Chandra Sir, gave us this wonderful idea of creating a book capturing all these precious moments. And that's how this book was born. The thing about books is that they'll let us travel without moving your feet. Sir, we are deeply grateful to you for your unwavering support and encouragement throughout this journey. We sincerely thank you, sir, for your visionary guidance and persistent support. This project was truly a collective effort. Thanks to the entire team who worked tirelessly to collect, verify and present this rich history of the department. Like any meaningful project, it came with its fair share of challenges, but the teamwork kept us going. I also want to acknowledge Ms. Sindhu, one of our dedicated faculty member, and her student team who played an important role in assembling and organizing the content. Their effort helped transfer scattered memories into a cohesive and attractive book that we all are be proud of. As we turn these pages today, we not only relive our past but also renew our commitment to the future. May this book inspire us to continue to the legacy of excellence and passion that has defined these 25 years. Thank you all for joining us in this celebration. Here's to many more years of growth, discovery and shared memories ahead. The title of the book is Here We Go.
Thank you, ma'am.
To mark the 25 years of excellence of our department, we now request Dr. Satish Chandra S. to release the Silver Jubilee Compendium.
Now request Dr. Satish Chandra S. to deliver the inaugural address.
Offering my prayers to Lord Sri Manjunatheswara, Lord Sri Janardana Swami, and seeking the blessings of Reverend Dr. Virendra Heggadeji, the President of our SDM Group of Institutions and Dharmadhikari of Shri Kshetra Dharmasthala, and also our patron, the honorable dignitaries on the dais, on the occasion of the two-day national level conference inaugural function on the topic promoting human rights in mental health care approaches, opportunities and challenges. The Honorable Principal of our esteemed and prestigious institution, SDM Law College, Mangalore, Dr. Taranath Shetty, Principal of the institution, Dr. Taranath Shetty, President of the program, Professor Vishwanatha P, Principal, SDM Autonomous College, UJIRE, Dr. Vandana Jain, the Chairman of the Department of PG Studies and Research in Psychology, SDM College, the Dean of PG Studies, Dr. Soumya BP, the Coordinator of the program, Professor Ashwini, the faculty members, media person, delegates from India, the different states of India and abroad. Very good morning to all of you. With the blessings of Lord Sri Manjunatheswara and with immense pleasure and pride, I am inaugurating the two-day national level conference on promoting human rights in mental health care, and I wish this event all the best. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate the Department of PG Studies in Psychology, SDM College, UJIRE, not for just completing its 26 years of long journey, but a successful journey producing large number of psychologists, the researchers in the field of psychology who contribute to this society in various capacities and support for nation building. It's a long story. The Department of Psychology, UG Psychology, was introduced in our college long back in 1970s. Maybe we are the pioneering institutions to introduce psychology. At that time, it was a new subject in this region. Then our institution, our college was affiliated to Mysore University, and no college was offering psychology in UG. But then Principal Professor Prabhakar, a visionary leader, thought of introducing psychology as a subject. He introduced with the vision that psychology is the subject of future, and now we have seen how successful this particular course is. So once again I take this opportunity, all the contributors to this success of the psychology course in our college. Promoting human rights in mental health care. Psychology itself is a very interesting, important and a unique kind of subject of study. See, this mental health and the people with mental health issues, it's a matter of great concern, I think. Usually the people with illness, maybe any kind of illness, physical illness, because usually we consider the people healthy only if they are physically fit and healthy, but it is not so. The fitness, the healthy condition depends on one's physical mental, psychological or emotional fitness. Then only he is considered or she is considered as fit and healthy. That being the case, usually there is a lot of discrimination, what I observed in these days or in the surroundings. The people with physical illness, maybe cancer or cardiac problem, orthopedic problem, whatever kind of illness, they are treated at par with the people or normal people. When it comes to the people with mental illness, issues connected to mental health, they are treated indifferently. But that should not be the case. They should also be treated with dignity, respect and equality. They should be protected from abuse, discrimination and neglect. That being the case, the role of human rights is very important, I suppose. And I think this workshop will throw light on these aspects, and especially because of the modern day lifestyle, the mental health care is of utmost importance to each and every individual, from a child to the old age senior citizens. The role of the psychologist, our graduates, our postgraduates, our doctorates play immense role in filling these gaps. And I wish this kind of seminars, workshops, in particular this event will greatly support in this direction. And once again I congratulate the team psychology of SDM PG studies for having organized this unique kind of national level conference. I also take this opportunity to congratulate Dr. Taranath Shetty for making it possible here. He is a busy man. He is the principal of one of our most reputed institutions, SDM Law College, Mangalore. Just produced some outstanding law graduates who serve the nation, like the people like Justice Abdul Nazir Shah, who is the retired judge of Supreme Court of India and presently is the governor of Andhra Pradesh. Mr. U.T. Kadar, the speaker of our Karnataka State Assembly. So many luminaries are being produced in our SDM Law College, Mangalore. It's a very prestigious institution, and very happy that Mr. Taranath Shetty, the principal, is here, who is constantly working hard to uplift the visibility and the standards of the institution. So I appreciate and thank him for having agreed for our invitation and participating in this event. Once again, I thank you one and all, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It was indeed a pleasure to hear your insightful words.
On this occasion, we are delighted to present the 4th edition of our annual magazine. I now invite Mr. Nishant MD, Secretary, Peace Association, to present the briefing of the annual magazine.
By embracing this year's theme, the magazine amplifies the call for accessible mental health care in times of crisis, in harmony with World Mental Health Day 2025 and its focus on access to service, mental health in catastrophes and emergencies. This edition brings attention to the critical need for timely, inclusive and equitable mental health support during emergencies and challenging times. Enriched with a blend of faculty writings, and the creative contribution of MSc Psychology students, the magazine presents thoughtful articles, reflective pieces, poems, and visual expressions that illuminate the complexities of psychological well-being. Together, these works advocate for awareness, sensitivity, preparedness, and compassionate care, offering readers both knowledge and inspiration as they navigate the evolving landscape of mental health. Thank you.
May I now invite Dr. Soumya BP to graciously release the department's annual magazine. I invite the editors also to join the dignitaries.
Dr. Karnataka, the Principal of SDM Law College, Center for Postgraduate Studies and Research in Law, Bangalore, is one of the premier institutions of legal education established by a great visionary, Dr. Re-accredited. The institution has set landmark achievements by creating illustrious alumni consisting of judges of Supreme Court, High Courts, more than 150 lower court judges, and a host of public personalities. The college is the only research center recognized by KSCA Hubli. The college is well known for trend-setting events in moot courts, unique practical training, nation's first ever law lab, and the first ever law college in Karnataka to get a A grade in the second cycle of NAAC assessment.
Dr. Taranatha, a distinguished legal academic with extensive experience in teaching, administration, research and curriculum development. He has taught a wide range of law subjects, coordinated LLM programs and NAAC activities, and contributed a major curriculum designs. He has served on board of studies and examiners in leading universities and has organized national and international conferences with institutions like Ghent University, NLSIU Bengaluru. His research includes numerous UGC listed publications on constitutionalism, tribal rights and medical legal studies. He has guided doctoral scholars, served on key academic committees and been invited speaker at prestigious institutions. He also secured the first rank in KPSC's law lecturer recruitment and was shortlisted for the UGC Research Award. His unwavering commitment to academic excellence and his influential work across teaching, research and institutional leadership continue to inspire scholars and practitioners. It is an indeed privilege to have him grace this occasion with his wisdom and experience. We now invite Professor Vishwanath P., Principal, SDM College, UJIRE, to honor our esteemed Chief Guest, Dr. Tarnath Shetty.
we are privileged to hear from our chief guest. I warmly invite Dr. Shetty, Principal, SDM Law College, to deliver the chief guest address.
Om Shri Manjunathe Namaha. Most respected inaugurator of today's national seminar, Dr. Professor Satish Chandra S, our guide, mentor, and Honorable Secretary of SDM Education Society, UJIRE, Professor Vishwanath, Distinguished Principal of this institution, all distinguished guests on the dais, dear students. First of all, I am really humbled because of the felicitation which has been given to me. I never expected that I will be invited and I will be felicitated on this occasion. I am very grateful to all authorities, including secretaries, as well as the principal of this institution and all staff members. The theme of today's seminar is human rights. In fact, I would like to extend a second congratulation for you, because yesterday happens to be Human Rights Day. In and around, many programs have been conducted, and in our college also, we have the very good occasion of hearing to Professor Ravindranath Shanbhog, one of the stalwarts in the human rights movement. Now I would say that all miseries related to human suffering is because of ignorance of law. When a student of law enters a law college, the very first day what we teach him is that one Latin magazine, ignorantia juris non excusat. Ignorance of law would not give any excuse to any individual. You know that as soon as a child is born in the family, immediately what the parents do is that they run either to municipality or city corporation, and they would like to get the birth certificate of that child. It is the birth certificate which is going to decide about destiny, existence, and all other purposes in the life as far as that child is concerned. Tomorrow, if you are to admit it to any schools and colleges, it's the birth certificate which is going to decide. Tomorrow, if you want to get the job, once again it is the decisive. So like that, for anything, birth certificate would be useful. And when the individual goes for graveyard, the very next successors, what they do is that they run to the city corporation once again, and they would like to get the death certificate. The death certificate which is going to say that they are the successors, they are going to get all the benefits. Right from the life and birth of an individual until the individual goes to the graveyard, law will have the influence on the life of an individual in one or other manner. If you want to marry, if you want to purchase any item, if you want to go abroad, invariably you need to have the knowledge of law. But the biggest tragedy in our country is that people are not aware about the laws. That especially happens to very vulnerable sections called as the people who are in the mental suffering or people who are in the mental problem. So I will be discussing all these issues in detail in the session to come. And once again I congratulate the department for organizing this particular program. And we are very privileged to work in the SDM institution. UJIRE bless us in all our endeavors, with a dynamic secretary who encourages in all the matters. The biggest advantage in serving the SDM institution is that either studying, I was also the student of SDM Law College itself. I studied there, then became a teacher there. Today I am working as the principal. And biggest advantage of working in SDM institution is that we will get free hand for managing life. Our management, unlike other management, will not poke its nose in the day-to-day affairs of administration. That is why, if all institutions of SDM today are standing within the top 50 ranks in India, it is mainly because of UJIRE and dynamic management. And we are very lucky to work in this institution. So remaining these things I want to share in the keynote address later. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It was truly a privilege to receive your enlightening words.
Now we request Professor Vishwanath P, Principal, SDM College, UJIRE, to deliver the presidential address.
Submitting my respects to the President of SDM Group of Institutions and Dharmadhikari of Shri Kshetra Dharmasthala, Pujya Dr. D. Virendra Hegde, the inaugurator of two-day national level conference and the Secretary of SDMP Society, Honorable Secretary Dr. S. Satish Chandra, the chief guest of today's program, the Principal of SDM Law College, Mangalore, Dr. Dharmath Shetty, the HOD of Department of PG Studies and Research in Psychology, Dr. Vandana Jain, the Dean of SDM PG Center, Dr. Soumya VP, the coordinator of this program, Ms. Ashwini H, my dear colleagues, participants from various colleges, dear students, media persons, invitees, very good morning to all of you. First of all, at the very outset, I would like to congratulate and compliment the Department of PG Studies and Research in Psychology, the HOD, staff members and students for organizing a two-day national level conference which includes a technical session as well as a Psycho Vision Fest which provides various skills. When we were students like you, we never heard of mental wellness or mental health, counselors, clinical psychologists, etc. And even now, in most of the colleges, they are not offering psychology as a subject. But we know that after post-COVID, especially after post-COVID, in most of the government sectors as well as private sectors, they are appointing counselors, and even in schools and colleges, they are appointing counselors to look after the mental wellness, mental health of the students and the public. So, lot of opportunities are there for psychology students to become counselors or clinical psychologists or psychologists, etc. There you have to handle the human beings or human resources. To handle human beings and human resources, a lot of knowledge is required. Basic skills of the subjects are required. Other skills are required. And if you are rich in knowledge, good at the skills of handling the human beings, then only you can succeed in your field, or you can give justice to your job. So you have to gain very good knowledge in the field of psychology. You have to enhance your skills of the psychology subject, and you need to communicate that. You have to be a very good listener. You have to manage the crisis. So all these things are required. So you have to enhance all these skills also. So to gain the knowledge, expand your skills and enhance your skills, general skills, colleges and institutes organize various workshops, conferences, etc. So by participating in this type of conference, it is possible to gain the knowledge, and by hearing success stories you can manage, it is possible to manage the situation, etc. So the Department of PG Studies and Research in Psychology has provided a platform for the students, participants and teachers, policymakers, etc. To provide such knowledge to the beneficiaries. With this, I request all psychology students and all participants to gain lot of knowledge, and there is lot of expectation from you for the betterment of society. Your contribution is very much needed. With this, I thank Dr. Dharmath Shetty, Principal of SDM Law College, Mangalore, for accepting our invitation to be part of this program and deliver keynote address. And I also thank the Secretary of SDM Society, Dr. Satish Chandra S, out of his busy schedule, has participated in this program just to support us and encourage us. Thank you, sir. And once again, I thank the Department of PG Studies and Research in Psychology, the staff members, HOD, and students for organizing a very good program, including technical session and the various items, other items. Thank you.
To express our collective gratitude, I invite Ms. Ashwini H. to propose the vote of thanks.
Nothing can happen without the God's grace. Om Shri Manjunathaya Namaha. Respected dignitaries on the dais, esteemed guests, faculty members, media representatives, dear students and well-wishers, all very good morning to one and all. I, myself, Ashwini H., Organizing Secretary of the event, representing the Department of PG Studies and Research in Psychology, SDM College, UJIRE. It's my honor and privilege to deliver the vote of thanks for the inaugural program of 2-day National Conference on Promoting Human Rights in Mental Health Care, Approaches, Opportunities and Challenges. First and foremost, I express my heartfelt gratitude to our inaugurator, Dr. Satish Chandra S, Secretary, SDM Society, UJIRE, for your inspiring thoughts, for gracing this occasion with your valuable presence. Thank you, sir. I extend my sincere thanks to our chief guest, Dr. Dharmath Shetty, Principal, SDM Law College, Mangalore, for your motivating address and for honoring us today. Thank you, sir. A special and humble note of gratitude to our President of the program, Professor Vishwanath P., Principal, SDM College, UJIRE, for your continuous encouragement, guidance and support in all our academic initiatives. Thank you, sir. I would also like to express our deep gratitude to Dr. Soumya BP, Dean PG Studies, for her constant support, insightful guidance and encouragement throughout the planning of the conference. Thank you, ma'am. My sincere appreciation to our respected HOD, Dr. Vandana Jain, convener of the event, whose leadership and motivation has played a significant role in making this program possible. Thank you, ma'am. A special thank to our dedicated organizing committee members, Dr. Mahesh Babu, co-convener, Dr. Ashwini Shetty, Ms. Sindhu V, and Ms. Atmika for their tireless efforts, meticulous planning, and committed in ensuring the success of this program. Thank you all. I extend my sincere gratitude to our sponsors, Bank of Baroda, who dedicated efforts and gracious support has significantly contributed to the success of this program. Thank you. I express my sincere thanks to our all resource persons, academicians, researchers, delegates who have joined us in enriching this academic event in their knowledge and participation. Thank you. My warm appreciation goes to the media persons, technical team, including live streaming or audio-visual support, photography and coordination team for ensuring smooth and seamless execution of the program. Thank you. non-teaching staffs who had worked tirelessly both visibly and behind the scene to make this conference a grand success. Finally, I extend my gratitude to each and every person who has directly or indirectly contributed to the successful organization of this program. Thank you all for your presence, your support and your cooperation. Let us look forward to 2 days of meaningful discussion, learning and collaborative insights. Thank you all once again.
I kindly request the dignitaries and everyone to rise for the national anthem.
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Now I request the staff organizing committee to join in for a group photo.
SDM channel.
Thank you all for your gracious presence and warm participation. We now conclude the inaugural ceremony of the National Conference. Wishing you an intellectually enriching and inspiring day ahead.
I request all the students to be seated.
Every school, when the school will go to commence in the morning, everyone is required to sing the national anthem. So authorities are implementing that. So there are certain students who are known as Jehovah's Witness. They worship fire. Other than fire, they do not worship anything. Well, when the national anthem is being sung, all students stood up. These students who belong to the Jehovah's Witness, they stood up but did not sing the national anthem. What happened is that the headmaster got irritated. He rusticated all students from the school itself. The parents of the school, parents of these children, went to the court of law and challenged. One of the conditions which was made before the court of law is that freedom of speech includes freedom not to speak, a negative right of maintaining silence or keeping mum. So there was a hot discussion which was going on in the court of law, whether anybody is compelled to sing the national anthem or not. See, one side of the argument saying that everyone has to sing the national anthem, lip movement has to take place. If you don't do that, other students may think what these people are thinking, and other students may also think that religion is more important than other things, national duty, etc.
Other side
the argument telling that
they did not insult nation as
such.
When the national
anthem is being sung, they should have politely give the respect. So ultimately, the Supreme Court of India said, well, the freedom of speech and expression includes freedom to maintain silence. One is not compelled to speak. So when I was looking at the crowd, I was recalling that particular case, which has been discussed by the Supreme Court. Actually, as a teacher of law, I would say, well, everyone is required to sing the national because it symbolizes our national identity, our unity as well as integrity. This is just told because when this was done, I was looking at my students and recalling that incident which I was discussing in the class on the other day. Well, today all of us are assembled to discuss about human rights of mentally challenged person, in which we are going to discuss about the various issues, constitutional dimensions, the Mental Health Act of 2017, the legal issues related to the mental health, etc. All of you read the preamble of our constitution. Most of the times we ask the student to take the preamble of pledge also, maybe during the January 26th also. Now when you read the preamble of the constitution, our preamble begins with the word called as we the people of India. And preamble goes, we the people of India have made the constitution for securing liberty, equality, fraternity. Apart from that, most importantly to assure the dignity of the individual. I'll come to this point little later. When I use the word called as we the people, what comes into our mind? In most of the constitutions around the world, people are not the focal point of attention. They are not the center of attention as such. It is only in the India or Indian constitution, the people are the sole attentive factor, main attentive factor. Suppose if you look in the United States Constitution, it begins with the word, we the people of United States of America, for forming most perfect federation. So their constitution is oriented towards the governance, government as such. It is not oriented towards the people. And basically, you know, in the United States of America, the original constitution did not contain any fundamental rights. It is subsequently inserted into their constitution. But our constitution begins with the great word called as we the people of India. We made the constitution so as to secure liberty, equality, fraternity, assuring all other freedoms to the individuals and to promote the dignity of individual. Now when we come across the word called as dignity, what comes into our mind is that dignity can be attained in the society provided everybody is going to be treated equally. In our society what we see is that inherent discrimination is there. Our society is polarized. You are going to see the differences on the basis of religion, caste, sect, gender, whatever it may be taking place. Now our mandate of the constitution is that all these artificial differences which have been created with human beings is required to be thrown out, is required to be removed. That is why constitution issues equality. See, we belong to one religion, we belong to one caste, we belong to one community. All these things are artificial and all these things have been got by us accidentally, not because of our choice. But the one more discrimination which is going to be seen between human beings is that, see the difference arising out of appearance of the human being. You know, human beings who are able and human beings who are disabled as the case may be. See, if you look at the society, lot of people people have been blessed with a good health, they have a very good personality, and they have got the confidence to move in the mainstream of the society. At the same time, you come across those people who, because of some problems, are having the certain deficiencies. It may be physical deficiency or mental deficiency. Those who are in the physical deficiency, we call them as physically disabled, and lot of efforts have been done by the government for the person with the facilities, say reservation, accommodation, other facilities as it is. Other type of disability is like mental disability. Now when you look into these type of people, what you see is that inherent exploitation is taking place in our society. Because those who are in the physical difficulties, they would be able to express themselves. Whereas these people who are in the mental deficiency, most of the times, they themselves are not able to control themselves. Another thing is like this, they would not be able to express their ideas or opinions, and in fact, they are not able to enforce their rights. So what is required is that the interest of these sections of the society is required to protect it. That is why law comes into rescue. The objective of the law is that to promote equality as well as an egalitarian society. So if these mentally affected people need to be protected, now you need to have certain rights which are required to conferred upon them. So you'll have come across rights which are governing with respect to mentally deficiency people or mentally what you're going to come across ill people as the case may be. Now mental health is very important. You know, when I was about to go to this conference, I was reading some of the articles related to mental health. I came to know about that out of 100 people, at least 7 people are having one or other mental problems as the case may be. So I was having a deep reading related to this particular matter. Then I came to know about the fact that in your mental health science, you drew a difference between those people who are in the mental trouble into 2 categories. Some are having psychosis, some are having what is the neurosis as the case may be. Now those who are in the psychosis, it is a biological problem as I read. So it is involved, and they are having, see, mostly among 100 people, one of the person is having this type of trouble, and see, their behavior is quite unusual. They suffer with the delusion, and they require psychotherapy. Sometimes they may require psychosurgery also. It is an advanced stage of mental illness. That's what I read about it. Neurosis is one more type of mental disease which is acquired by the individual because of distress, problems in and around him as a case. Out of the 100 people, 7 people are having this type of problem as such. Now you look the mental disease from scientific perspective. But as far as we are concerned, law people are going to be concerned, there is a difference between medical insanity as well as legal insanity. Medical insanity is something which is connected with the science itself. Legal insanity is something different in nature. What is medical insanity may not be legal insanity. In law, what we say is that, suppose if the person is accused of committing a crime, he is at the mental suffering, we would analyze the thing from this perspective. At the time of doing the crime, or at the time of doing certain wrong, whether his cognitive facilities have been affected. Second thing is that, does he have the opportunity for the person making the difference between the right or wrong as the case may be. On the basis of wrong which has been committed by the individual under Lunacy Act, what we say is that either we want to consider him as an idiot or person of unsound mind. And we consider like this, he did a particular thing which is beyond his control as such. That is why law is required to treat in a compassionate manner. Now, the things related to approach related to how mentally insane people are required to handle, the systems will going to change from country to country. In some of the countries, mentally insensitive people are going to be handled in a very delicate and sensitive manner. In some of the countries, what they do is like this: they handle by looking to the interest of the mentally affected person as well as interest of society also. We belong to that category. What we do is like this: see, the problem related to mentally affected person is also required to be looked into. The damage which has been done by that individual consequent to his mental disorder is also required to be looked into. For example, I would like to tell, in United States of America, there was one case which has happened like this. Well, there was one person who is having a mental problem, and he was left from the jail on the basis of probation. In the sense, see whether he is going to do the good things. Suppose if he going to improve himself over the period of time, his sentence will be waived off or sentence will be reduced. It so happened like this: he went outside and raped and committed the murder of one Pamela Carpenter as such by using the scissors. He stabbed her like anything, and because of that, she died. Ultimately, he was caught because already he was accused of a commission of rape. That is why he was undergoing the imprisonment, and he was sent for the probation of parole so as to see that whether he would improve himself. Now, when he has been brought before the trial once again, the issue which has been raised is like this: he was born and brought up by a schizophrenic mother as such. She herself had the trouble. In a very early young age, he was ill-treated like anything. Mother was confined him in the room. Mother was made him to eat his own excreta. Mother was beating him. Mother was not feeding him. All these things are responsible for commission of previous offence. When this matter was brought before the attention of the Honorable Court of Law, what the court has to do is that, though he is of 22 years of old, he has developed the mental attitude of 8 years child. That is why what we need to do is that we need to give excuse because an offence which has been committed by this individual has been done because he was under delusion and he was mentally affected as the case will be. So in the Western countries, what you want to see is that some sort of compassionate treatment is going to be seen. In our system, we need to balance the interest of society as well as the individual, the person who is having the mental illness. Suppose my teachers may be aware about the fact that maybe 15 years ago, in a place in Mangalore called as the Vamanju, one incident took place. Old couple were living in a house. This old couple, one day, they had a dream. The man had the dream. The dream said like this: you are having the poverty. Suppose if you want to overcome the poverty, what you need to do is like this: you have to do the Narabali, that is human sacrifice. So what they thought is like this: well, we have to do the sacrifice of human being, but human beings were not available for a sacrifice. So what they saw is that outside their compound, some children were playing. So they picked up one child with the allurement of offering the chocolate to their particular child. And the child was brought and they hated that particular child. That case was reported before the Mangalore District and Session Court. When the case was tried for the offence of culpable homicide amounting to murder, there are two things like culpable homicide amounting to murder, culpable homicide not amounting to murder. Culpable homicide, killing of human being, amounting to murder, where you deliberately kill the human being. Culpable homicide not amounting to murder, where you do not kill the human being because you are under the, you might have killed the human being, but it may be under intoxication, unsoundness mind, enforcement of law, as the case may be. In this case, what happened is that he was pleading for the Honorable District Court saying that I was under the delusion that, see, if I do the sacrifice, well, I would overcome my poverty. The court did not buy his argument, and court said that you have committed the offense of murder because before taking that child, you were virtually aware about the fact that taking the person, committing the murder is a murder. That is why we will not go to give any excuse to yourself. That is why in our context, what you want to do is like this. Whenever the issues related to mental illness comes into picture, the court immediately will not go to draw the conclusion saying that, well, he is in the mental disorder, that is why we will go to give the excuse. If that were to be so, what happens is like this. The person who is under the sudden frustration, the person who is going to get the immediate anger, the person who is not able to control himself, might have committed the offense, then he may take the excuse of, see, mental illness. For example, let me give the illustration like this. See, suppose if a person is a person who never takes the liquor at all, now he was forced to take a liquor, and that too in an uncontrollable way, then he has committed a murder. Now, let us say, there was an incident which has happened. There was a marriage party. In a marriage party, it was so happened like this, liquor was freely served, entertainment was going on. So what the individual did is that, see, he was not at all taking the liquor at all, but he was supposed to take a liquor, and he wanted to see the personalities who were performing the stage nearby. He wanted to go near. There was a child, boy who was an obstruction for him. When he saw this particular boy, he said that, you remove yourself. I would like to see those people from the near glance. Now boy did not yield. Immediately he took his pistol because
It belonged to police department. He took his pistol, shot at boy. Now in this contest, whether the person is accused of committing the murder. Now here we could say like this, he could take a defense of mental illness because of the reason that he was never taking the liquor at all. He was forced to take a liquor and he was
not able to control himself. But suppose it is a voluntary act, aware about the fact that I should not take a liquor, took the liquor, then could not control himself, well, law will not go to give an excuse. Because we are going to come across many grey areas in this. That is why I would say, what is going to be considered as a medical insanity may not be going to be considered as a legal insanity. A person who is having insanity, suppose let us say, if at all you want to take a knife and you want to stab the fellow individual, then taking the excuse of medical insanity, the court has to think about that. Whether he is aware about the things, whether he is aware about the consequences, etc. All these things court is required to look into. Ultimately, court has to analyze the mental state of affairs of an individual. So in India, we are having certain grey areas. Now, our laws are also very sensitive as far as mentally challenged people are concerned, or those who are in mental illness. Law will look into two perspectives. One is that capacity perspectives, and is the competency perspectives. Competency perspectives in the sense, whether because of mental illness, is he able to competently do or can't do as the case may be. For example, let me use certain examples for you so that we can understand things very easily. The very purpose of the law here is to balance the interest. For example, let me say, if you look at the contract related matters, any person can enter into the contract. That is the right of an individual. Every day we have to enter into one or other contract as the case may be. So as we go to the capacity for entering the contract is concerned, your section 10 to 12 of Indian Contract Act deals with various things. It says that every person is competent to enter into contract, provided he has attained the age of majority, provided he is a sound mind, provided it is not explicitly barred by law. Now, the law says that he need to have the sound mind. Now, how to determine the person is having the sound mind? The law says like this, well, the person who is usually having unsound mind cannot enter into contact when he is an unsound mind. The person usually has an unsound mind, but occasionally is having a sound mind, can enter into the contact when he is sound mind. So soundness of mind, even as far as an unsound person, whenever he is having, see, some people are in the intermittent mental disease. It won't happen in an intermittent manner, in the interval manner. So when they are having the soundness of the mind, at that time they can enter into contract. But the law favors them. For example, suppose if a contract is going to enter into when he is of unsound mind, then if he is interested for the purpose of cancelling that contract, he can cancel that particular contract any time. So if he makes allegation or if he makes a contention saying that I was entering into the contract at that occasion when I did not have the sanity of the mind, in that context, the contract is going to be considered as a voidable adoption of him. Law is also a bit lenient. Suppose if you want to tell like this, well, if there is a benefits for him, if you would like to continue the contract, he can continue. That's why you would use the expression called as a voidable. It is not void ab initio. Now suppose if he says like this, see, contract was induced at the time when I was unsound mind. If I want to cancel the contract, he can cancel the contract. The contract will going to become void ab initio as the case will be. So law balances that particular thing so as to see that insane person, whenever he enters into contract, his interest is going to be protected as such. Now even you see, as far as the marital law is concerned, Hindu Marriage Act, Special Marriage Act, of course Muslim marriage do not speak about anything related to insanity of the mind at the time of entry into the marriage. Hindu law and Special Marriage Act specifically speaks about that. See, there are 5 conditions which have been laid down. The 5, one of the conditions is the age, another condition is they should not belong to blood relationship, etc. One more condition is like this: the party should be mentally sound so as to perform marital obligation as well as procreation of children as a case may be. Law uses 2 expressions. Sanity of the mind is very much needed at the time of marriage. This sanity of the mind is very much needed for the purpose of procreation of the children also. 2 conditions have been laid down. Now let us say, if the person has entered into the marriage, who is of unsound mind with the person of sound mind, now what can be done? Now it is up to the individual. If he thinks like this, well, I don't want to continue this marital obligation because I am in the insanity of mind, he can cancel the marriage. You know, law will not tell that marriage will going to become automatically illegal in nature. Because ultimately it depends upon the will of the party as such. Now because of my insanity, I would not be able to carry on the things. I have the option for the purpose of going out from the marital obligation as such. It is voidable in nature. It is not void ab initio as such. So again law says like this. See, mental sanity is required for the purpose of continue the marriage and for the purpose of procreation of children. But suppose let us say, if both of the parties who are entering into the marital relationship, now if both of them are unsound mind and if both of them are not able to create the children, our law is very much silent about it. Or mental sanity is that incapable of producing the children. In that context, will law is going to become void as the case, marriage will going to become void. Law is once again very much silent as the case. So here the concern of the law is that very much to protect the interest of person of insanity as the case may be. Again, you know, adoption is concerned. Hindu concept recognizes adoption. Now what is the situation which is required for the adoption? Adoption in the sense you might be knowing that if the people do not have the children, the next option is that they would like to go for adoption. The child which is going to be adopted by them is as equivalent to the child which is born to them. So what happens in this process is that the person who is to be adopted, he should be mentally sound. person who is going to adopt, he is going to be mentally sound. So once again, the law wanted to see like this, the child which is going to be adopted is required to be mentally good in nature. Because tomorrow if the child which is going to be adopted is mentally not up to the mark, there should not be ill treatment on the part of people who have been adopted that particular child. Or person who is going to adopt the child is equal to mentally sane person. It is not good to see that child which is going to adopted by him is properly treated by this particular person as the case. It is not that we are excluding the people from people of mental illness people as the case. Their intention is like this: the person who is going to take an obligation is equal to mentally sound, and person who is going to be taken in adoption is also equal to be well taken care of. That is the concern of law as such. That is why that there are various things under the law which you would tell like this: mental capacity is required, mental competence is required there. In respect of mental competence is concerned. Now our criminal law says like this: for any criminal law, criminal act, what is called as the mens rea is very much necessary. Mental intention is necessary. There was section 84 of Indian Penal Code, and subsequently it has become section 22 of Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, where the act which has been committed by mentally insane person, what can be done. Now as I said earlier, if the thing has been done by the mentally ill person, when his cognitive facilities are going to be lost, when he is not able to draw the difference between the right or wrong, and if he does the wrong, well, the law will going to give the excuse for that particular individual as the case will. Even in the trial process, if the court will going to come to know about the fact that the person is having the mental drawbackness as an accused or as a witness, immediately judge will not going to go with the conducting of proceedings. What he does is that he will going to refer it for mental treatment, therapy as the case will be. We are going to see that he is going to overcome the problem, then only his examination or this one trial is going to take place as such. So having said that, now we need to come for human rights of mentally ill people as the case may be. Now, you know, always I am very much puzzled. What is concept of human rights as such? Because in this country, we don't have the dearth of laws for the purpose of protection of every segment of the society as such. Almost all things which are there for the betterment of the human beings are incorporated in the Constitution. We are in the great Constitution, and in that almost all the rights have been given without difference of whoever it may be. Now, but still there is something called as the human rights. Anybody can give the definition of human rights according to his own perspectives, because human rights goes according to one's own nose. See, even the person who is what you call anti-national activities might say that, well, that is my right because I believe in particular ideology, I believe in particular principle as the case may be. Because of that, I am doing so. So everybody takes the human rights concept according to their perspective as the case may be. But broadly speaking, we can narrow down human rights as those rights which are very much essential for the survival, happiness, peaceful existence of human being in the society. You know, the biggest drawback as far as human rights is concerned, always see, as a law teachers, we tell about hundreds of rights in the society as the case may be. We tell about social rights, we tell about ethical rights, we tell about moral rights, we tell about legal rights, we tell about fundamental rights, we tell about human rights, etc. etc. All these things have their own meaning as the case, but in the legal system, only two rights are very important as such. One is the legal rights, another is the fundamental rights, and in between that you are going to come across something which is known as the human rights as the case. Now you see, I say social rights. For example, let us say in a society some expectation is there. For example, let us say when you go to the pool, what you are going to see is that every youngsters, whenever the elders are going to come, they are going to bow before the elders. It is the social expectation. Just because he did not go before the elders, he wouldn't land up in the jail. You know that. It is something which is going to be called as socially acceptable rights, socially required rights as the case may. It doesn't have much sanctity as ethical rights. You are going to become tomorrow psychologist. So it all depends upon you. How much fees is going to be charged. Poor person is going to charge less fees as the case may be. Rich person may charge more fees. Poor person if you going to charge more fees, who will raise an objection? It is up to your ethics. So ethics is up to the individual to follow. And advocate may charge, let us say, 1 lakh rupees for a poor fellow for a simple petition, or you going to charge 1,000 rupees for a rich fellow. Never mind. It is ethical. It all depends upon his conscience as the case. Your ethical rights. Then you are going to come across legal rights. Legal rights are given by the legal system. Legislature gives that rights. Plenty of the rights are there. I told you earlier in the morning session I said, see, all our sufferings are because of not understanding of rights. In this country, are we having the dirt of the laws as the case? 20 to 30,000 legislations are in this country. Hundreds of rights have been created by the Supreme Court of India. All these things are there. Still, what is happening in our country? Everything is going to be violated. Everything is going to be negated. Everything is not going to be followed. In everything there is existence of corruption as such. Apart, saying apart. Now you have the correlation to fundamental rights as well as human rights. Now human rights, as I said, broad in nature. Fundamental rights are those you know which is there in the Constitution. Every citizen of India is aware about the fundamental rights. And we are in the wonderful fundamental rights contained in the Constitution, which is extraordinary in nature because of many things. Because, you know, our makers of the Constitution, I said, it begins with the word called as we the people. Their intention is to protect the people, individual to the maximum extent. So you want to see host of fundamental rights are there as the case. There are rights related to equality. Everybody is able to enjoy, be it person of mentally retarded person or mentally illness person, proper person, whoever as the case may be. We have the equality rights. We have the many freedoms under the Constitution. And only thing is that today we have reached a situation where we find it very difficult to put the limits on this particular freedom as the case may be. We have the freedoms and we have the personal rights. See, personal liberty is contained in articles of the Constitution. We have the religious right. We have the right against exploitation. We have the constitutional remedies rights. We have the rights of the minorities in the Constitution. What not we are having? So still, where the question of human rights is going to come into picture? Everything which you want to speak about human rights is the integral part of the Constitution itself. For example, let us say, if you look at equality part, Article 14 of the Constitution, state shall not deny equality for the law, equal protection for the law. What is there in that? Everybody is equally eligible for all laws. That is the spirit of Article 14 of the Constitution. 15 says that you should not make a discrimination only on the basis of religion, caste, gender, place of birth, whatever it may be. 16 says about employment related equality as the case. 17 says that untouchability shall not be practiced. 18 says you don't give the titles as the case may. 19 contains about various freedoms, freedom of speech, freedom of expression, freedom of movement, freedom of residence, freedom to carry out the trade and profession of one's own child. All freedoms have been given. 22 to 23 these are personal liberties. And 25 to 28, 7 of articles of the Constitution, 29 of the Constitution, 28 of the Constitution, these are the religious freedoms. 29 30 deals about, well, minority rights. 32 deals about constitutional remedies. So these rights are given to all the people as the case may be. And where there is a question of human rights, human rights is not in existence within the fold of fundamental rights, I'm always getting surprised as the case because we are the country where always we want to speak about rights only, and we are not bothered about our responsibilities or duties as such. But having said that, human rights are very much necessary. Other than this, what is there in the Constitution? If at all it is there, I would say those belong to human rights as the case. Again, you see, there are specific directive principles of the state policies are there. In a Constitution, apart from fundamental rights, directive principles are mandate for the governance. Today you might be seeing that, you know, our children are going to go with the bicycles, midday meals in the schools, etc. And you're going to see, as far as ladies are concerned, free travel in the bus, everything is going to be given by the government. Free electricity connection is going to be given to the poor sections, etc. All is happening because of directive principles. Directive principles are mandate to the government, saying that you take up these and that welfare activities. Even with respect to health related activities are concerned, many directives are there in the constitution. It says that state has to promote universal health, state is required to take care of health of the children, etc., etc. Then state is required to see that the abusive drugs, etc., shall not be used, etc. And with respect to mental health is concerned, you know, the concern of the constitution, there is a list under the constitution. What is going to be called as a concurrent list? In a concurrent list, list 16 says that both the central as well as state legislation can make appropriate laws for the matters related to the mental health is concerned. That is why various mental health act has been enacted. 1987 Act is there. Today you will come across Universal Act called All Comprehensive Act called as Mental Health Care Act of 2017 Act has been enacted, about which I would tell the various highlights. Then apart from that, you see, you know, in our constitution, rights are given. Those we call it as the legal persons, we call it as enumerated. Enumerated in the sense, those are already enlisted in the constitution. But you know, we have the dynamic judiciary in our country. The Supreme Court of India, what it has done is that it has invented many rights for the people at large. It reads between the fundamental rights and tests like this. Apart from this right, these rights are also available to the society at large. See, the plenty of cases have been come for Supreme Court of India with respect to rights of mentally ill people, as the case may be, or mentally deficient people. In all those cases, the court has said, for example, right to get education is a right of mentally affected person. If the education institution denies an admission, saying that, well, on the basis of mental disorder, you are not able to get the admission, right to get the education is considered as a right of these vulnerable section. Right to get habeas corpus. Habeas corpus is a right. Suppose, you know, you heard, because students of psychology may be knowing that, in the good old times, these people with the mental illness, they used to be kept in the cages. And instead of treating them in the hospitals, they used to be kept in the prisons. A part of the prison was kept for looking after mentally ill people, as the case may be. Mostly you are able to recall Irvadi case of 2002. What has happened is that, see, in Irvadi, it is a shelter for mentally affected persons. Lot of inmates have been tied to beds as well as pools. Suddenly fire broke out. More than 22 people have lost their life. And Supreme Court of India came down heavily upon authorities. And in that case, Supreme Court of India laid down various guidelines how mental treatment facilities are able to manage. You might be aware about habeas corpus, like mentally affected persons because of social inhibition or because of some other reasons, as the case may be, they may be kept in an isolated place. Now you do not know where they are there. Habeas corpus is a right for the purpose of getting the production of the body of the person before the court of law. So in this context, it can be applicable against the private persons also. In all, most of the writs are applicable against the governmental authorities, but this writ is applicable against the private persons also. Suppose if the person who is having this trouble has been kept in an isolated place, whereabouts are not known, the court has said habeas corpus can be removed. Then court has said they are eligible for entry into the civil service examination also. You cannot deny them. And they are able to retain professional, what is called as a license. Now suppose just because a professional body denies a permission for them because of this disability, the court had made it clear that professional license also they are able to retain. They have the right to sue and be sued. They can file a case and they can also sued by the third person. They have the religious freedom. They have the right for adequate housing. They have the privacy right. And they are the right for the purpose of getting the good water, food, clean environment, freedom from the child labor, adequate standard of living, and they are not supposed to force work, as the case may be. All these things are judicially created rights. You know, just because judiciary has created the right, it doesn't mean that these rights are not in existence. Because time and again, the court is going to oversee about the rights which have been created by it. For example, recently you will see a lot of dog bites are taking place in and around. Now Supreme Court of India on the other day said that issued the direction to all authorities telling that though dogs are required to be re-accredited in a particular place, etc., etc. Now people are under pressure that, well, this is a simple order, will not be going to be enforced efficacy. The Supreme Court of India very shortly will go to look into whether its orders have been enforced. There will be research about Bangalore also, one bad incident has been taken place, Bangalore also, one bad incident has been taken place, etc. So judicial guidelines is at the equivalence to the legislative laws, that also one should know. Then, see, you have, let me give the highlights of Mental Health Act of 2017. This is a landmark legislation, beautiful legislation it is, because earlier all laws used to tell about mental health in a negative manner. Look at the definition given about the mental health. Mental Health Act says, mental disturbance means mental disorder is a disorder of thinking, disorder of mood or perception, memory, including substance abuse. So this definition is very, very exhaustive. Instead of putting the negative definition, the court has given a very vibrant definition of what is going to be called as a mental disorder. Usually, anything which is associated with the mental related matters, what will do some contemptuous attitude, negative attitude is there. But here you are going to come across a very good exhaustive definition as given. Then they have given the definitions on, say, mental health, then caretaker, mental health care, mental health establishment. I think you people are studying that particular thing in your syllabus. Then they have given right to make advanced directive. Now, how to be treated, who to be treated, what is the procedure of treatment, all these things have been told. They can appoint nominated representative who is an authority for the purpose of looking after the care of mentally affected person, and who is have the right, whose right, under what circumstances can be negatively violated. That also has been told in the same enactment. Community living, they should not be sent for isolation. They should become part and parcel of society. They should have the dignity and protection from cruel treatment, and non-discrimination should be there. Confidentiality of their health need to be maintained. Access to the medical records is there for them. They need to have the communication right, and they have the right to get the legal aid, and there were remedies for the enforcement of Indian laws. All these things have been beautifully defined under Mental Act of 2017. Now to conclude, what I am telling is like this. We need to have certain improvement in the things as such. Now, when I was analyzing these things, though Mental Health Act of 2017 is an excellent piece of legislation, but here and there, these legal things are going to be scattered here and there. Why can't we have? Because if every out of 100, 7 people are in the mental related problems as a mental illness problem, we need to have mental health code in our country, a comprehensive law which deals about all issues related to the mental health management. If it is required to be there, it will go to consider as a good. Then I would say now this law is going to call as the, instead of Mental Health Act, this has become Mental Health Care Act of 2017. But any word which begins with word called as the mental automatically deals with some sort of contemptuous attitude in the society at large, some sort of negative things. I would say instead of that, Mental Health Act of Mental Health Care of 2017, Positive Health Care Act of 2017. Because when the word will come across positive in our mind, everything will going to become some sort of energetic in nature, some sort of positive things in our attitude. That is why I am telling that the very title of the code or law need to be changed. Then mental health is not a part of syllabus in other institutions. You students of psychology are studying, but I don't think that in our law we need to handle all these cases related to this one. But in the law syllabus you don't come across anything related to the mental health aspect. If you could make constitution as compulsory, environmental as compulsory, gender equity as compulsory, why can't you incorporate in each and every syllabus of each university something related to the mental health management? It needs to be incorporated. That is my suggestion. And people's involvement in the mental health management is very much necessary. I tell you, yesterday Dr. Ravindranath Shanmuki, see, as I said, when you use this word called as mental, automatically some disturbance will take place in the mindset of others. Now, people involvement is very much necessary. As I said, now our Satish sir, etc., our principals sir used to tell like this. The greatest thing which is required for you and our profession is that we need to be good listeners. Is it not? You psychologists have to be good listeners. We the lawyers have to be good listeners. We should not speak much, we should listen. Now, when that is the case, see, this problem related to these people could be managed by the people's participation. Like once we do our course, we always think about our clinics. But why can't we involve the other people in the entire process as the case? Because you see, yesterday, Ravindra Shah said, I was asking, sir, now tomorrow I need to go to one college to speak of mental health. Then he said that, see, what is lacking in the society is that awareness and positive step to be taken by the people. In Honavar, there are two parents. Parents are there. There are two children. All of them are mentally retarded. Now parents have passed away. They are the huge property. Now somebody who is interested in this property, he filed a petition for the court of law to become a guardian. I am telling the near and dear, I will take care of him. Now these people, somebody who is associated with this movement, came to know about that. Their ulterior intention is to capture that property. So immediately they thought of having one trust has been created. These people made the trust. So people of Human Rights Foundation, like-minded individual, formed the trust, and the trustees for the purpose of running the property of these children. They have been kept in a rehabilitation place. These will go look after the property, and the benefit of the property is going to be given to that particular children's center. That means the society will go to wake up. Definitely, the interest of these mentally affected persons can be handled. Then, I would say, as far as possible, because legal issues, whenever it is going to come, most of the people are not aware of the fact that in every district, there is something called as the District Legal Services Authority. So, this District Legal Service Authority is basically meant for giving the free legal advice. There is a panel there. So, with respect to issues, with respect to these section of society is concerned, any issues, property, matrimonial, for that matter, content, anything, if they require the free legal aid at any time, they can approach District Legal Services Authority. So, these are the suggestions which I would like to give in order to promote the mental health in our country. I would like to express my sincere thanks to the organizers for inviting me. Thank you very much. For that, I will give the bit of information to you. Thank you very much.
It is my privilege and honor to propose a word of thanks for today's keynote address. On behalf of the institution, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed keynote speaker.
One of the points that you said was with respect to denial of education and the right of an individual for education and all that. Especially when people come to take up psychology, what we noticed is usually if they have problem, they choose this particular phase. I want to know more about myself. That's why I'm taking up this particular course. So finally, what happens is, as a faculty, sometimes when we have people who are, as you said, really disturbed, they might, harm the other people if we allow them to practice. So in such case, what we can do is my question. So there is something called as mental fitness certificate also. So how are these?
The question is that those who have already have that trouble, yes, like they join the
course to know more about it. Now we cannot deny.
They would like to know more about the course so as to do the harm or so as to help.
To know themselves. Now, once they get
suppose if they know about themselves, I don't think that there is another harm as the case, is it not? Because ultimately, because of them, other society at large will going to be benefited. But sometimes what happens is that, see, the question which I pursued from your side is that the thief is going to learn the law, how to escape from the law, then it will be dangerous to the society. Suppose if the person has come to this particular field for the purpose in the society, what problem is there?
But they may not be able to pass curriculum or whatever it is, youth service, they might have difficulty understanding the course itself. And in that case, what do we do?
I would say that is our responsibility, is it not? Ultimately, we are the teachers who are supposed to see that they have to be molded properly, they have to be into curricula, they have to learn the things. That is our responsibility. Other than that, what law can do? I think law will remain as a silent spectator over there. Only thing is that suppose they are not going to qualify, your university will not going to issue certificate, will not going to qualify, they are not able to practice. Only that much.
The stage is open for discussion. If anyone else has any questions, they may ask.
Our college is also like that. Student will never ask questions. Faculty will ask questions.
I have a question, sir. I was going through your papers, and one of the paper, like the research papers, it was titled "Promoting Constitutionalism Through Dharma." How do you include Dharma in constitutionalism?
Because it is my PhD subject.
So I found it very interesting because how do you incorporate ancient knowledge with the present constitution?
Other than psychology, our student is interested in my PhD topic. So whenever anybody would ask about PhD topic, I am always ready to speak about it. So see, now she has said, promoting the constitutionalism through Dharma. First of all, one has to know the meaning of constitutionalism. Because constitutionalism in this sense, whenever, what do you think about the constitution? Because when you look at the constitution, when it is working today, you are going to see all these politicians enjoying so much of powers. They come with the big vehicles, they are going to make a big speeches. Legislature is supreme, executive is dominant, judiciary is asserting like anything, etc. So what comes into our mind is that constitution means a document which only gives the powers for us. So it will not going to impose any limitation. But I would suggest, my dear students, always you read the constitution. In Germany, when the students will leave the schools and colleges, what they do is that they give the copy of German constitution so as to see that constitutional values are going to imbibe with the children. In our country, those who read the constitution, what is helpful to them, what is not helpful to them, they never read the constitution at all. So, constitution is a beautiful document wherein not only you see powers, equally limitations are there. Because for example, since you are asking me, I'll just tell you one example, even if I waste in the time. Now, suppose you read the constitution, there are certain words subject to the provisions of the constitution. It is not because of the fact that our makers of the constitution are very good in English language, they wanted to show their power in the English language, that is why they use that word. Subject to the provision of the constitution in this sense, you, the legislature, if you want to make a law, don't think that your unlimited powers, your powers are limited within the constitution. If you want to make a law about union, you cannot enter into the state item and make a law. Don't override the state. And you cannot override the fundamental rights of the people. Today you cannot make, by amending the constitution, you cannot make India as a Hindu nation. It's not possible. There are limitations. That is what constitution. Now your constitution in this sense limitations. How these limitations are promoted to the Dharma. See, in the good old times, there are so many limitations as regards exercise of powers are concerned. For example, let us say, king was absolute monarch. He could do anything. But what you see is that the king is supposed to follow the advice of ministers. He is supposed to follow advice of Brahmins, who will learn people. And you must have heard the fact saying that in the good old times, the king wouldn't follow the advice of Brahmins. The Brahmins used to commit suicide, and that is called as Pravavesha. That was the greatest threat on the king. So the king, when he assumes the power, he says like this. He is going to take a oath during the coronation. The coronation of the king says like this. I, the king, I am going to become a Raja over here afterwards. If I do not follow Dharma, Raja Dharma, let me and my progeny go to hell. So, he is under the impression that I need to follow Dharma, Raja Dharma. That is very important. Rajadharma itself is a controlling factor of king. That is why Dharma used to control the kings in the good old days. Yesterday it was a Dharma, today it is a constitution which is controlling the authority holders. That is the promoting constitution as a true Dharma. If you require it, I would give my part of that particular article to you.
It is my privilege and honor to propose a vote of thanks for today's keynote address. On behalf of the institution, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. Dharmnath Shetty, for delivering such an insightful, thought-provoking and enriching address. Your perspectives have not only deepened our understanding of the theme, but have also inspired us to reflect, question and engage more meaningfully with the issues at hand. We are truly grateful for the time, wisdom and depth of experience you have shared with us today. I also take this opportunity to thank our respected dignitaries, faculty members and invited guests for the gracious presence and constant support. Last but certainly not least, a warm thank you to our participants and audience. Your active involvement, enthusiasm and engagement add immense value to every academic gathering we host. Once again, a heartfelt thanks to everyone who contributed to the success of the session. Thank you all. The session now pauses for a tea break. Do take this time to relax, network and rejuvenate. The venue for snacks is AB12. Kindly be back within 15 minutes for the next session. We request all participants to be back on time as we will begin technical session 1 immediately after.
Thank you all for joining us today as we explore more into the mental health, a subject that continues to shape the future. Today's session
together brilliant minds, innovative ideas and cutting-edge insights. Our aim is to deepen understanding, spark discussion and encourage meaningful collaboration. I request Ms. Spandana to welcome the gathering for this.
It is my honor and privilege to welcome today's speaker, Dr. Soyuz John, Associate Professor of Psychiatric Social Work. I welcome you, sir, and request Dr. Ashwini Shetty ma'am to welcome Sir Dr. Soyuz John with the bookmark. Of the Department Psychology, Dr. Ashwini Shetty, Staff Coordinator for this session. I would also like to welcome all our faculty members, non-teaching staffs, participants and students who have gathered here. Welcome everyone to this technical session.
Thank you, Spandana. I welcome you too. It is my pleasure to introduce our esteemed guest for today's technical session. Professor Soyuz John, Associate Professor of Psychiatric Social Work at the Department of Psychiatry, KMC, Manipal. Dr. Soyuz holds an MPhil and PhD in Psychiatric Social Work from NIMHANS and is a university rank holder at both undergraduate and postgraduate levels. With over 15 years of professional experience, his work has spanned leading institutions such as NIMHANS, VRC Kerala and KMC Manipal. His core areas of expertise include suicide prevention, community mental health, preventive mental health, and adolescent mental health. Dr. Soyuz has contributed significantly to research with 9 indexed publications, 3 non-indexed papers, 5 book chapters, and multiple founded projects. He has also been deeply involved in community-based mental health initiatives, pathways to care research, and school-based mental health interventions. We are honored to have him with us today. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Soyuz John to deliver this technical session. I would like to hand over the session to you, sir.
Good morning. Thank you so much. So a lot of asked me if my CV, I forgot to delete some of the information. That is why they were telling about rank order and all. I could have deleted. Okay. But it's okay. Sometimes it is okay to hear good things about ourselves, right? Yeah. So I'm very grateful to the institute as well as the department for inviting me for this talk. I was thinking about, so initially I thought which department is organizing. Then I came to know that it's the psychology department organizing. Then I was thinking about what is my role in this, because basically I'm from a psychiatry social background. Why did they invite me? Then I think about for a while, then I realized I'm going to be the right person to talk about this. Why? I have been working in the field of mental health for the last 15 years, and I am from a social work background. And there are few students I think from social work background. Social work, when you look into the profession of social work, so if you look into the history of social work, we just started from the charity work, which means helping people, nothing beyond that. There is nothing professionalism involved in. Somebody asks help, you give it. Okay. But generally, whom do we help? Okay, people who are in need. So from there only our profession evolved over a period of time. And when you look into the principles and values of social work, so National Association of Social Work Code of Ethics, it talks about 6 core values, and it talks about social justice and dignity. It is nothing but we are talking about the human rights of people. Many, because of various reasons, because of various social construct, human rights of people with several sectors are getting affected, and we basically focus on that. Then I felt, so it is okay to talk about human rights. So let us see a little more detail about what is social justice. So the principles talk that social worker pursue social change, particularly with on behalf of vulnerable and oppressed individuals and group of people. So people who are oppressed and vulnerable group. And what is dignity? Treat each person in a caring and respectful fashion, mindful of individual differences and cultural and ethnic diversity. So these are all actually talking about human rights. And when you talk about social work, one of the major field of social work is mental health. One of the established and organized field is mental health. And we are talking about that. Mental health of people suffering with mental health problems and their rights. So I felt from my experiences as well as my professional background, I think I will be able to talk about human rights of people with mental illness. In the first session, I think Sir might have given a background about what is the laws and legal principles behind when we talk about human rights and principles. So I am not going to delve into the details of what is laws and principles, acts. Tomorrow again you are going to have a session on Mental Health Care Act 2017. So I am not going to talk anything about that. Most probably my approach to this topic is going to be from a social worker's perspective. Social worker is nothing but a mental health professional. So I am a clinician, I am working in the field. So basically I work with the patients, people and their families. So I am going to approach the topic from that perspective and how we can at least identify, address and highhold the human rights of people with the mental health problem. That is going to be my approach. So when we talk about human rights, I think I haven't attended such sessions. I might have given a background about what is human right. Human right is nothing but once you are born as a human being, the rights are granted to you. Since you are a human being, the rights are entitled. That are called human rights. For an example, once you take admission to this institute, you will have some access, right? So you have some access and freedom and rights which people who haven't joined this institute cannot enjoy, right? That is called human right. Since we are human beings, we are entitled to enjoy some rights. These are called human rights. For an example, you took a membership in a gym. Okay, so the membership will give you a lot of rights in that gym. Similarly, human rights is nothing but since you are a human, you are entitled to enjoy some human rights. Those are called human rights. And why are we talking about separately? Human beings are entitled to have these human rights. These are some of the human rights. This is everybody is entitled. Why are we discussing and talking about it? Because many of the time, even though it is entitled and given, many people are not able to enjoy these rights just like that. Okay, even though we say it is, since you are a human being, you are entitled to have everything, but all of them are not in a position to enjoy and utilize their rights because of various reasons. You think about an example. Okay. My mother used to talk to me. So she's around 70 years now. I'm the youngest son. That's why she's around 70 years. So she used to tell me when she was studying. She told me that when she was studying, she was very bright in studying. During that time, when they write SSLC exam, they have to write paper from 8th, 9th, and 10th. Okay, so that of it was SSLC exams. So she was able to hold a first rank, first class. So she used to say that, how she did not get an opportunity to study after SSLC. So when you are born like male or female, you see, since she was born like a female, she was not able to entitle and enjoy all the rights of study. So this is what I was told. Even though it is entitled and given to everyone, because of various reasons, everybody is not able to enjoy it. So many factors will hinder enjoying our human rights. Does a person with mental illness also suffer or have some problem when it comes to human rights? This is a news that came in Hindu online edition yesterday. It's very recent yesterday. It talks about the inhuman treatment person with mental illness are having. Yesterday's newspaper. Okay. How they are thrown away from home. They are on the street. Okay. There is no home or shelter. How they were all chained. They were locked up. And they are forced to drink water from bathroom. So do person with mental illness also suffer or their rights are violated? I would say yes. This is one example. I'll give another example. When I say example, you don't think that I am taking examples from KMC. I have worked different places. I have visited many places. So I am not revealing which place I am talking about. One hospital, I went there. One person was talking to me. So he is taking treatment from there. So he came and asked me, sir, I want to ask you one question. I told you, okay, go ahead. I got something about my profession or mental health related information. Then he asked me, is there any provision by which he can avoid getting admitted to this particular hospital? Because he doesn't like getting admitted to this hospital. This hospital is this particular hospital follow a custodial care approach. What is custodial care approach? You admit patients, no family members. Patients are staying alone. Hospital will take care of them. Once you are inside, you have no contact with the outside world. No phone call, no mobile phone. Even though you wanted to make phone call to the family members, this administrator should agree for that. If family calls also, it will come through them. Okay, so he doesn't have any ways to connect with the outside world. And family will come and ask whether he is fine. And unfortunately, this person had alcohol use also. It is called ATP, acute psychosis. Suddenly it will come and he will improve within a month also. So when he improves, he is completely fine. But inside the way he is being taken care during the episode, he was like, he is inside the hospital for at least a minimum period of 1 month. In KMC, people come, they stay for 2-3 days. And we admit only person if there are family members. This person is inside and this is a problem that he was asking. So is there any ways that I can avoid getting admitted to this hospital? Which means he doesn't like getting treated in the hospital. See, human right violation, right? So when it comes to mental health, person with mental health problem, there are many examples I can give you where they are also suffering or their human rights are being violated. That's why we are discussing about this. when you look into the history of psychiatry, okay, so if you look into the history of psychiatry in general, you can see a lot of approaches and effort for and against the rights. They are having numerous approaches only because the rights of persons with mental health are getting affected. You know, when you read the history, when you see how persons with mental illness are treated, you go back. Many of the time, this mental illness was seen in the background of religion, right? Most of the time, religion started interpreting mental illness. What is the problem with that? So religion is always connected with God, sin, punishment, right? So these people were interpreted as punishment from God or curse from the God, and if you interact with that person or spend time with that person, you will also get affected, right? So they are downtrodden people. God doesn't like them. It's a category of people. God doesn't like them. So people, obviously, if God doesn't like, what about the human being? Okay, so they were thrown away. They were outside the facilities, were treated miserably. Then there was a moral treatment where people realized that this is not the way to take care of them. Then there was some humanitarian approach to them. Then started asylums. Asylums are not like a hospital per se, but we are telling these are all institutionalized care. There also they had a lot of difficulties. It was more to take care of them rather than throwing them outside the borders. They thought of taking care of them, but they have difficulty. Then when you read about institutionalization, you will know about what was the difficulty they had when they were institutionalized. Then there was a deinstitutionalization movement. Okay, so help them to come out of institution to relieve all the atrocity they were having in the hospital. That was a better approach. Then there was a problem with that. When they are deinstitutionalized, they were all outside the street. There is the community mental health program was not good enough to take care of them. Then they have difficulty. That is why people started roaming around the road. They will end up in prison. Okay. So what I am trying to say is, when you look into the history of psychiatry, you will see a lot of approaches to refine treating with them only because of their rights and dignity were not taken for granted. There are many approaches, but still we haven't reached to the point. Again, when you look into the history of psychiatry in India, there were numerous approaches to bring changes in the way we are treating persons with mental illness because of these issues. There were, I am not going to talk about the acts, but there are many amendments, new acts were brought so that the way we are treating them can be brought up. So now the newest one is Mental Care Act. You will have a session on that tomorrow. What I want to tell is, like, when you look at also, this group of people are always suffering and they are treated very differently. I don't know whether Sir talked about Airbody incident in the first session. Did Sir talk about that? So Airbody incident was an eye-opener for everyone. So Airbody is a place in Tamil Nadu. So where it's a religious-based treatment for persons with mental illness, and usually family members bring persons with mental illness, leave them, and they take them back when they are better. So once they get a religious treatment and once they are improved, they will send. When family leave them there, what can happen? They will roam around, right? So to avoid that, they started chaining them up. Okay, so they were chained to some pillars or cord, and accidentally that entire place got fire. Since they were all chained, they were not able to escape from the place. Around 28 people were burned alive, who is with mental problems. That is the Airbody incident. That was an eye-opener. Then the Supreme Court ordered a verdict to investigate and search and study about all mental health institutions in India. This was just an incident, but most of the institutions, people in most of the institutions were all having this kind of difficulty. Since that place got fire, people noticed. Otherwise, all the places where the approach was the same. Okay. From there only, changes started happening. So, the background, what I am trying to say is, like, when you talk about human rights or persons with mental illness, it has so much to talk about. They are suffering from the initial phases, still they are having a lot of violations. So let us see why this is so much when it comes to a person with a mental illness. why they are having so much of atrocity and why people are dealing with them or mistreating them like this. People, institution, establishment, everything, okay. So I want to tell you why this is happening. There are two reasons for that. One is psychiatry or mental health deals with a certain group of patients whose judgment may be impaired at times due to their mental illness. So what happens when a person gets affected with mental illness? Okay. So their judgment impairment, judgment capacity get impaired. What is judgment capacity? To judge and take decisions. Okay. For an example, when you get up early in the morning, you know that by what time you go to the class? 9:15 you are supposed to reach, right? So when you get up, you know that no, I should reach the class before 9:15, right? So when you go to the class, do you wear same dress which you are wearing while you are sleeping? No. Okay. Sometimes we brush, sometimes we take bath at least, sometimes at least brush. Okay. We comb our hair, change our dress, so that I am going to the class, so that I should look neat, right? Socially appropriate. That is your judgment, because I am going outside my room, so that I should look appropriate. So that is what your judgment capacity. Okay. You are sitting in the class, in the conference. Sometimes you get bored, but you will sit here. Why? Because your teachers are sitting and you know that if you move around, they will catch hold of you. So you will sit here, right? This is called our judgment capacity. So look at the situation, make appropriate decisions. That is called our judgment. When a person gets affected with mental illness, their judgment capacity gets impaired. Why? Mental illness affect our mind. Mind, what is our mind? Where is our mind? Okay, so in the psychology you search and find out. Okay, see, mind is nothing but our reasoning, judgment capacity. So mental illness is affecting our reasoning and judgment capacity. So mind helps us to take decision. Once it gets affected, who will help us to take decision? So our judgment capacity gets impaired. If your judgment capacity gets impaired, what can happen? Major problem that is going to happen is like now, other people will start taking decision for you. Okay, your judgment capacity is gone. So your behaviors, the way you behave in each situations are not appropriate. The people will notice, then they will start taking decision for you. So I always tell my students, wherever you travel, you keep an identity card in your pocket with the phone number and whom you can, your relatives number also you keep. We never ever know when we are falling into trouble. Okay, so suddenly something happened. Nobody knows who you are. They will start taking decision for you. I can give thousands of examples of that way. People, when we don't have time, I will not jump into that. So one of the major problems is like, so their judgment capacity get impaired and then other people will take decision for them. When other people take decision for you, there is a problem. You just simply think about your parents taking decision for you. How many of the decisions your parents are taking for you, you are okay with that? Okay, most of them there is a conflict between you and I also. Okay, parents and children, because you don't like the way they take decision for you, right? Because you don't like it. So that is a problem with the people taking decision for you. When it comes to psychiatry, this is a problem. People will start taking decision. What happened? Where to treat them? What treatment should be given? Okay, where to keep? How to keep? Because nobody will ask for you. Other people will take decision for you. See, there is a higher chance for violence or discrimination. Treating them with the less dignity, right? That is one of the major reasons so much of violence happen in this field. Second, again psychology students will be interested. So patients share with their doctors so many intimate details about their personal, emotional, social or even sexual life. When they come to talk to you, so Anjana is in their student. So generally patient comes now, we take history, right? History and MSc. Under history and MSc, what are the information you will collect? Everything about that patient. Everything. Right? We will not leave a single point. Everything we will collect. Okay, we don't have any agenda. But generally, you think about yourself. Generally, how many times you share your personal information with the other people? Your personal information. If you have a difficulty, okay, if you have difficulty, with whom you will share? Generally, you don't share. Why to take a risk, right? Why? Because today I share something, tomorrow that will come in the WhatsApp group. She's like that, this, that will be a point of discussion, right? That is also a violation, human right violation. Your information are being shared. So when you share this information patient, there is something called working relationship rapport, right? So there is a relationship happen. That relationship is for the purpose of helping this patient, but that sometimes it can be misused also. These are the two phenomena that happens in the field of mental health and psychiatry, through which most of the violence can happen, or human right violation can happen. That is why we are discussing. So the way I am going to, that's why I am telling you, I am not going to talk about it from a legal perspective. When it comes to clinical practice, how you can improvise and hold dignity and human rights of person with a mental illness. Okay. So this is the two reasons why so much of violence and human right violation happen in the field of mental health. So how we can improve and rights of person with a mental illness? 5 points I am going to talk about today. First one, the definitions and terminology we use when it comes to person with mental illness. So many of you are from Kannada, right? I am basically from Kerala. So I will ask you, generally, what are the terms that we use in everyday? It may not be you, in our community, in our society, to refer a person with mental illness. Generally, what are the terms? You are not, nobody is going to judge you. This is there in the community, and it is not you are using. You know it. What are the words? Anybody? Anybody? Ucha. Okay. So sometimes patient ucha. Okay. What else? That's a very common style. I also know that type. Okay. Any other types? Manasika. Anything? Branded. Okay. Mental. What together? That is actually Malayalam. Okay. Mad. Crazy. So crack, mental. There are a lot of words, right? So use of words itself is a problem. I tell you. Recently there was a cricket match going on, right? India, Dakshina Africa cricket match. So there was a problem, right? Our beloved Bumrah used some terms to refer to South African cricket captain. How many of you follow cricket? What is our follow cricket, I guess. So there was a huge discussion on that because South African captain name, I forgot his name. Yes, he is little short. Okay, so he used a term to refer that. There was a huge discussion. Okay. What is the problem with all these terms? Okay, when you use terms like that, you forget everything about that person. Okay, you are just pinpointing and telling he just that. Nothing beyond that. So that is a problem with the terms that we use when it comes to our everyday life. So one of the major human right violations happens when it comes to person with mental illness, like the terms that we are using to refer them. Okay, so many words are used. Mental illness, mental disorders, mental health problem, these are all actually from literature I am talking. So when you look into the literature, published articles, these are some of the terms. These terms itself have problems. I come to that. Those experience such conditions and situations are referred to as people with mental illness, people with mental disorders, or people with mental health conditions. Sometimes schizophrenic person, depressed person, manic person. These are some of the words that in even literature that we use. These terms itself have a problem. It is like labeling a person and minimizing and saying that person is that much. Nothing beyond that. He is just crack. He is that way. They don't see a person in him, in or her. They don't see any qualities, abilities, resources in that person. That approach itself will are demeriting the rights of a person and dignity of the person. When you look into the literature, you can see so many terms which are used to refer a person with a mental illness. Nuts, psycho, crazy, mad, insane, lonely, mental. So these words itself will stigmatize people and we label them and we don't see anything beyond that level. That is the problem with these kind of terms. Sometimes when you look into literature, we will also see linguistically one effective approach to reducing stigma is to use person first language instead of identity first language. What is person first language? Person with the schizophrenia rather than schizophrenic patient. Person with the schizophrenia will have much more empathetic understanding, and we try to see the dignity of the person rather than just illness. So which term we are using, accordingly it has an implication. Person first language emphasizes the persons rather than the condition and is aligned with the anti-stigma principle that uphold individual dignity. So one way to reduce using terms like you at least use person first rather than schizophrenic patient rather than person with schizophrenia is a better term to use. When you look into the public, there are changes that happens over a period of time with these kind of stigmatizing words. It is changing. So what is the better way when we follow a human right perspective into disability and mental health? What is the best terms to use? So the human right perspective says that you use person with psychosocial disabilities. That is the best word to use to hold and respect the dignity of the person. What is the benefit of using a person with a psychosocial disability? Okay, where we are emphasizing what is psychosocial disability. It is emphasized that the term aims to reflect social rather than medical approach to mental health condition and experiences. Person who, regardless of self-identification or diagnosis of mental health condition, face restriction in exercise of their rights and barriers. I'll give an example. Okay. Now we are having this seminar in third floor, right? Okay. So you think about a person who has difficulty of walking. Okay, had an accident, so difficulty of walking. Doing psychology in some other department, institute, wanted to attend this conference, came here. You think about there is no lift. Think about there is no lift in the institute. How will he able or she will be able to come and attend this program? Okay. Will have difficulty, right? He will have to wait there. He cannot come by himself. He or she, okay. General notice sometimes that comes naturally. So why he is not able to attend the conference? We would say that no, he cannot walk, that's why. I would say there is no lift. So the institute is not, this building is not designed for a person who cannot walk. This is a problem with the normal majoritarian approach. So we only think about us, majority of the people can walk. So that we design the building like that. So and we say that this person cannot walk and he cannot attend because that is his problem. So that is the problem with that kind of approach. So when we say person with psychosocial disability, we also take into consideration of these psychosocial environmental factors into consideration which is contributing to disability. So we won't blame that person rather than we blame the person who constructed the building. That person is responsible for that disability of the person, right? Okay. So we will focus not just the medical condition. So when you look into the definition of disability, it has changed. So when we generally read not disability, we say impairment, disability, handicap. Okay, what is that? Impairment is like you have physical impairment, loss of limb or mental illness is an impairment, because of which you have disability, which means you are not able to do your daily life, taking bath, doing job, interpersonal relationship, everything is getting affected because of the illness. Because of that, your social life also is getting affected. It's a linear connection. It is all because of the impairment that you are having. Now the definition has changed. Okay. So you will have structural abnormality or functional abnormality of the brain. Then you have participation restriction and activity limitation. The way we look at it is very different. It is your restriction in participation and activity are not just because of your impairment, rather it is a social construct. That is why you are having disability. Many social factors are coming into factors. So this is another way to look at the whole problem. So one way of a right-based approach when it comes to mental health is to change the word that you are using to refer a person with a mental illness. Don't say a person with a mental illness, you say a person with a psychosocial disability, where you are understanding the person, and you are also looking beyond the person and seeing what are the other barriers that restrict the person to enjoy that person's life. There are many examples I will come and tell you. So this is one point which I want to put across when it comes to right-based approach to change the pair that you are using. Another important second point. How much time I have? Till what time? 1:50. Okay. So second point which I want to focus is here, dominance of biomedical model when it comes to psychiatry and mental health. What is biomedical model? Biomedical model, physicians, so when I say models, so it's all about what kind of understanding and model you as a practitioner follow in your mind. There are different models. Okay. Biomedical model, okay. Psychological model, biopsychosocial model. There are different models. Okay. So when it comes to psychiatry, when you mental health, you see that the dominance of medical model. So what is medical model? Medical model, physician lab. Okay. So medical model is nothing but everything can be explained by biomedical imbalance in our brain, in our body. For an example, somebody has diabetes, right? Why a person has diabetes? Because of glucose imbalance in the blood, right? So everything has such kind of expression. This is called biomedical model. All the conditions and situation can be explained by medical model. And illness is always explained with one or more physical malfunction at a lower level of organisms. Illness were understood as having physiological etiologies that were diagnosable through distinct biochemical markers and were to be treated with a physical intervention. That is called medical model. A metabolic disorder with a genetic mutation, a psychiatric disorder with an imbalance in neurotransmitters. So when you read about psychiatry, the cause they explain, when you read about the causes of mental illness, they always talk about neurochemical imbalance, okay, dopamine theory, okay. So this is called dominance of medical model when it comes to mental health. What is the problem with that? There are a lot of criticism against medical model. So medical model has a dualistic approach. What is dualistic approach? Medical model divide mind and body separate. Medical model says that your mental health problems are because of the physical problem. Okay, your imbalance in the neurochemical imbalance. Where they don't look into the persons, their experiences, their emotion, situations are neglected. They will just look only into the medical aspects of the person. It will again, it is called reductionist approach, materialistic and reductionist approach, where according to medical model, whatever can be demonstrated, experimented, and demonstrable are only true. Materialistic approach, whatever is able to experiment and showcase and see. Many of the time, when if it has only that value, a human being experiences, is that person's cultural aspect, life experiences are not given any importance. So where, as I told initially, the background of the person, social aspects of the persons are neglected. So when you have a dominance of medical model, few things happen. Psychiatric diagnosis and pharmacological responses are given much importance. Over-expansion of diagnostic categories, thereby medicalizing and pathologizing social suffering. Little attention paid to the social determinants of mental health. Cultural aspects of the persons are not given important when it comes to medical model. So instead of, if you are a person who looks and values human rights, rather than following a medical model, try to follow a biopsychosocial model. Biopsychosocial model will take into consideration of other aspects of human being. It's basically based on our system theory. I'm not going into because we don't have time. So biopsychosocial model is basically based on system theory. It basically talks about 4 P's. Okay. Predisposing factor, precipitating factor, perpetuating factor, and protective factors. These 4 factors in biological, psychological, and social level. So they look in. So according to this model, all these 3 factors, biological, psychological, social factors at predisposing, precipitating, maintaining, and protective levels are working. So the interaction of all these factors are the reason for mental health problems and maintenance of mental health problems. So we look beyond medical model and give importance to psychological and social aspects of it. It is again a right-based approach. I'm not going into the details of it. So another shift in the right-based approach. Third one, stigma and human rights model of disability. I have already told you about what is a human rights model of disability, which give a lot of importance. A problem at the social barriers preventing people from disabilities from participating in society and equal basis with others. Human rights model of disability recognize that disability is a social construct. Human rights model of disability does not deny the role of medical intervention. It questions social response, reducing people with disabilities to mere recipients of treatment, shelters and welfare. Human rights models give more importance to, so this is what social construct. We will see how social construct play, especially when it comes to stigma. One of the major factors we have to be mindful when it comes to mental health is stigma. How stigma is a barrier for human rights of person with mental health condition. So you know what is stigma, right? Stigma is a negative connotation because you have a name or a level. That is all about stigma. So you know that in Greek, it came from Greek, where Greek there is this slavery was quite common in Greek, right? So how they identify a slave? They stamp a slave. Okay, so all the slaves will have a stamp. So that is a level. So that person can easily be identified as a slave. So that person will be considered as a slave but never as a human being. So that is called labeling theory. From there only stigma comes. So whatever label, if you are holding a label and if that label have a negative connotation, implication, that is called stigma. Okay. So when it comes to mental illness, if a person is labeled as a mental illness, that person suffers from a lot of negative connotation or interpretation. That is called stigma. There are two types of stigma: public stigma and self-stigma. It's a phenomenon of large social group. Generally, people having again mental illness is called social stigma, public stigma. Self-stigma is nothing but loss of self-esteem and self-efficacy that occur when a person internalize public stigma. People are looking at me like this. Then they will start avoiding and interacting and reduce self-esteem. That is called self-stigma. There are many theories why stigma happens. One of the major reasons why people are having stigma is all because something called intergroup anxiety, which means we do not know about other group. Then our fear and anxiety about the other group increases. I'll give an example. I have a dog at home, so a golden retriever. So how many of you are scared of dog? One, two, three. Many people are scared of dog. So why you are scared of dog? It may harm you, right? Basically, that is our fear. It will attack us. Okay, that's why we are very much scared. So my dog Prince, he is also belong to dog. So that's the level he is having. But he is such a poor guy. If you put your hand into his mouth also, it won't bite. Okay. So you sit on him, it won't bite. Okay. He's like that. But people are very, very afraid of him. Why? Because he's a dog. You see, stigma comes. Nobody will evaluate whether this dog bites or not. Every dog bites, this also bites, so discrimination comes. Stigma comes, right? So, and now many people overcome the fear of dog by interacting with my dog. Because I encourage them to come and interact with the dog. They can touch him for the time being, then they are able to come inside the home, sit with him, then their fear comes down. So once they interact with the prince, they realize that this dog is not that dangerous. So the fear comes down. Okay. This is called intergroup anxiety model, where if you are unaware about the group, you never had any chance to interact with the group, and you heard a lot of things about that group, you think that is what is going to happen. That is why most of the time we think like, you person with the mental illness are dangerous, they attack, unpredictable, so you develop a lot of stigma towards them. For an example, if you are going to Andaman, so Andaman there is a group of tribes. Have you heard about them? Do you know the name? Yes. So we heard a lot about them. So they don't wear dress. They attack human beings. So when you go there, you should be very, very careful. So before going itself, you will be very afraid there. Okay, so what is going to happen? Will they come back alive? Okay, see, since you haven't seen them, you never interacted with them, you heard something about that, and you develop stories and you will be very scared. So this is one of the major reasons when it comes to mental illness also. In society, people have very less chance to interact with the person with the mental health problems. They don't generally see. Or more, what they see is like a big hospital and very high wards, and people go inside and come out, and sometimes they hear some screaming, crying, so they make stories. They never see what really happened and how these people are. So they make stories, and that's how the fear comes. So that's what intergroup actually. Once you interact, then only you realize how they are. They are not very different. Okay. When you look into the evidences, the crime committed by person with the mental health problems and normal people. What do you think? What would be the ratio? So they are very unpredictable, unmanageable, dangerous people, no? So how much crime they are doing out of 100? Any guess? Less than 5% of crimes are committed by person with mental health problem. 95% we so-called see, but we believe since they are dangerous and we are not very dangerous. Okay, so we are not very unpredictable people, but they are. But the story is very different. Okay, we are more crime. Okay. Since we do not know, this fear comes. Okay, so then there is a stigma. So what all stigma does? Because of stigma, delay in treatment. Nobody wants to come and take treatment. Once you come to the hospital, he's going there. We run a clinic in I forgot the name. It's a faraway place. So we started doing it in a school. Okay, and everybody knows that at that day, people from KMC are coming and they are treating mental illness. Nobody wants to come. But everybody knows that this person will have some problem. We close down the camp. But at the same time, if you are running in a hospital, people are okay because you may be going for some other purpose also, right? See, delay in treatment. How stigma is causing a problem? If you delay the treatment, we say untreated mental illness. It has tremendous impact on the disability of the person. How stigma is causing. So when you look into in India, what is the treatment gap? Treatment gap means if 100 people get mental illness, how many of them seek treatment? What do you think? In India, the treatment gap is 80 to 90%. That means out of 10 or out of 100, 80 to 90% do not seek treatment. They are in community because of this. What will happen if I go and treat? I have many examples. One person, they want to bring their daughter to me. Then they ask me which department you are practicing. I told psychiatry. Then they don't want to come. If you come, the file will be open and the file number will be there. No, anybody in any by chance, if you search, she went to psychiatry department. See, treatment delay. Okay, so how stigma is causing this gap? Social isolation and discrimination. How stigma causes people being isolated. I can give an example. So now I regret about that. When we were a child, so we used to go to school ground, we play in the evening. Okay, so he used to come and play with us. Okay, he was our friend. And one day, somebody told them he has some problem. So they took him for treatment. Okay, and there was news was spread because in a village, if somebody sneezes, everybody knows. Okay, so people came to know that this has some mental problem. He is taken for the treatment. So everybody knows. Okay, and he went to the hospital, came back, and he came to the ground for playing with us. So still that picture is very clear in my mind that how we all looked at him. Okay, how we all looked at him. He was not able to be there for 5 years. He went back because he was not able to bear that approach. That family sold out their property, house, and left the village because of the approach of the villagers, including me. Okay, so how stigma is causing this kind of social isolation and discrimination for persons with the mental illness. Next, we get a misconception. So, strained personal relationship and friends and family may distance themselves due to discomfort, fear, and misunderstanding. exacerbating feelings of isolation and loneliness. Reduce treatment occurrence. I can give another example. My patient, okay, she's around 24 years. Initially, she got some adjustment problem. Over a period of time, developed depression. Then we also came to know that she has some personality difficulties and taking treatment therapy from us. And one day, her problems were a little severe. Then we told her come and get admitted. So she's in the hospital, got admitted. So my OPDs are on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So she got admitted on Tuesday. They are ward. Thursday I wanted to see her. Then I said, you come to OPD. I am OPD, so I can see you to OPD. So her parents are coming to OPD. So I can see they coming. Once they enter the OPD, I am seeing that 3 of them are running away. 3 of them ran away. I thought, what happened? Okay, so I asked sister if it happened. Nothing. They didn't see. So 3 of them ran away. So okay. So anyway, they are admitted in the ward somewhere. Anyway, patient is not patient running. Family also is running, so it's okay. So I thought they are with the patient now. So after a point, this mother came back. This dupatta, right? Chudara dupatta, no? She's covering her head with the dupatta. Okay, and came into my room. Okay, then I asked, what happened? Why did you run away? Then she told the story that one of their distant relatives is sitting in the OPD for treatment. So if they see her admitted here and taking treatment, what can happen? So now I realize why they ran away. Okay. See, treatment adherence. So once they fear about it, people tend to not to follow treatment. They will wait for a chance to discontinue the treatment because they don't want to carry the level. I can understand, I can empathize with them. It is all because we bombard them and we stigmatize them. That is why every day they feel being stigmatized. So we should empathize with them. Each time when they take medicine, they are being remembered that. So they cannot bear it because that is how we look at them. Okay. So many of the time they will not come for follow-up. They discontinue medicines. It will have a huge impact on their quality of life and disability. This is all because of stigma. See how stigma is causing trouble. And stigma is again will maintain whatever misconceptions and prejudice already society is having, that keep maintaining them. For the point, social determinants and intersectional discrimination. Okay, I already told you that person with mental health are having a lot of difficulty, right? Okay. On top of that, social factors also play a very huge role. Okay, what is that? I can give an example. You take male and female. A male person getting affected with mental illness, a female person is getting affected with mental illness. Okay, take an example. How both are being taken care. Okay, we have a number of examples to say. If a female falls into sick, there is nobody to come and stay as a bystander. Okay, everybody is busy. Okay, so they push. I have an example. Okay, so one lady, she severe depression, suicide. She attempted suicide, got admitted. Okay, so I got a referral. So I am going to see her. Okay, so when I said go there, husband is there, 2 kids are there. So husband is asking, when are you going to discharge her? Husband came in the morning. He wanted to go back, and he is telling there is nobody at home to cook for him, so discharge her fast. Okay, so he said, government employee, he wanted to go to office. Okay, somebody breakfast, somebody has to prepare. When he come back, there is no dinner because she is here in the hospital. So he is forcing me to discharge her. You think she admitted because of a severe suicide attempt. I am just trying to say how even gender differences will bring changes in the way they are being treated. Similarly, there are many social factors which will add on to the discrimination that already a person is having. Take an example, prevalence of mental illness. Okay, when you take the prevalence of mental illness, where do you find the prevalence of mental illness is high? Among people with the lower socio-economic status. Why? Because they are in lower socio-economic status. Why? When they are in a lower socio-economic status, their opportunities, their resources, their facilities are all limited, which is leading to high levels of prevalence. It is not because of any other biological predisposition. Okay. The living condition, the nutrition they get, okay, the place they live, all will have an impact. Why? See how social factors play a significant role. This is male and female as well as socio-economic status. When you see highest socio-economic status, the prevalence is less. Lower socio-economic status, the prevalence is going up. So similarly, there are many social factors which again add on to already, in Malayalam there is a saying, okay. I'm not going to say it. Okay, so basically, already they are suffering from the problem. In addition to that, they have other challenges as well. Okay, already diagnosed mental illness, and also they have a lot of psychosocial or social disadvantages. This will add on to the problem. Okay, so one example is like a minority stress model, which talks about a person already having a diagnosis and how other lower socio-economic status and other compromised social factors will add extra stress onto them, and how that will lead to exacerbation of problem and relapse of symptoms. Another social factors: accessibility and affordability of mental health services. You think about a person develop depression from a higher socio-economic status, another person develop depression from a lower socio-economic status. You see what kind of treatment they are going to get. Okay, how much they will be able to afford. If a person comes and get admitted in KMC, okay, KMC is comparatively cheaper, then also how much they can just pay, what they can discharge. Okay, so a person with a high socio-economic status will be able to afford that treatment. But on the other hand, a person with a lower socio-economic status may not be able to afford the treatment, right? See how both of them have same diagnosis, but see how social determinants change the way their life is going to be. This person will get a good treatment, and that person will recover, and that person's quality of life is going to be much better. This person will have difficulty of affording the treatment, not even have money to travel and come. Okay, so I have seen many people after coming, when I was in demands, somehow they come to hospital, they don't have money to go back. They don't have money to go back. Many of the time we have to arrange money for them. Then how do they come back for follow-up? How do they purchase medicine? Okay, this is all. See how additional social factors are causing trouble. Okay, cost of care. And in India, when you look at mental illness, even though government say it should be covered under insurance, none of the insurance company cover mental illness. So you have to spend everything out of pocket. And if you have nothing in the pocket, how do we spend? These are all social factors already with mental illness, and if you are from a background, that will add on. That is called intersectionality. So it is additional problems are causing. Geographical disparities. Okay, a person, I stay in Manipur in the campus. If I fall sick, okay, sick, they will send an ambulance, they will take me to emergency, I will get a VIP treat, everything will be taken care of. If you are from a rural background and urban, the facilities are very different, right? So rural and urban facilities are very different. So if you are from a rural and urban background, the facilities that you are going to get are going to be very different. Whose fault it is? See how social factors compromise quality and cause disability to persons. So if you are a human right oriented person, you should also look into these kind of social factors, additional social factors that is causing. You think about people from tribal communities. How many of the people from tribal community get treatment? How many of them are interested to even do a study to see what is the prevalence of mental illness among them? Okay, so what treatment they are going to get? So this is what I am going to say is how social factors play a very significant role when it comes to right to health is a right? So these factors are compromising the right. Again, social factors. Limited culturally and linguistically competent providers. So we are from a cultural diverse community, right? Many of the time, mental health conditions are culturally imbibed. And if you are not sensitive, as a service provider, if you are not culturally sensitive, you will do a lot of mistakes. Okay. If anybody from Udupi, Manipal, so there is something called Hiriyadka temple. So every month we take our students there to see what is really happening. If you are an outsider, if you go and see, you will diagnose everyone in that particular day there with the possession attack. Okay, they all have mental illness. If you are not sensitive to the culture. Okay. So there are patients who come to our OPD with the matted hair. You know what is matted hair? So they never take mark and the hair get marked together and they tie it like this. Okay, and they have separate dressing and all. See, if an outsider look at that person, they will diagnose that person with schizophrenia. Self-care is deteriorated, not taking proper bath, dress is not properly dressed. Okay, talking about God, God comes to me. Okay, so I can profit for other person. An outsider will surely diagnose that person with the schizophrenia. Okay, see, cultural insensitivity. So if the service providers are not culturally sensitive, we will make these kind of mistakes. And many of the time, if the person is not culturally sensitive, you don't even feel like not talking to that person. You don't feel like this person is empathizing. You don't even understand what the other person is telling you. So, Bejar, for an example. In Kerala, what is the meaning of Bejar? Something from Kerala, right? What is the meaning of Bejar? Sad. Which part of Kerala you are from? So, in Kerala, when you say Bejar, it has a different meaning. When in Karnataka, when you say Bejar, sad. But in Kerala, Bejar says anxiety. Okay. If you do not know it, you will diagnose this person with the depression, you diagnose that person with the anxiety. You will tell you. Okay. See, so these are all nuances when it comes to practices. And that person has a right to be listened and understood, right? So, this is what I said. If the service providers are limited and they are not culturally sensitive, these kind of issues can happen. Because we always say the mental illness is shaped by the local world you are living. What is local world? It is not local that we are using. Local world is the surroundings where you live, how we shape. For an example, if you fall sick, if you have fever, if you develop fever, what would you do first? What will you do? Fever. Some people will go to doctor. Some people will say, like, no, put a wet cloth on the neck, okay, or take some steam, or avoid hard food. Many things will do, right? So why? Just fever have different approaches, because this is how we are being learned from our background. Okay, so that's what the manifestation. How do you showcase that you have fever? How do you behave? And how people come to that you have fever? That behavior of showing you have fever also is from your background. You know how that person behaves when you have fever. Okay. So, manifestation of symptom also is influenced by the culture. The explanation that you are going to hold within yourself will be culturally shaped. So, the manifestation, explanation and your treatment behavior, where are you going to seek treatment? Is again influenced by your cultural background. So, the culture, if you are insensitive to that, there will have a lot of difficulties. Last point, by 1:30 I can conclude. Okay. Hospital-based versus community-based recovery-oriented approach. Many of the time, when I say hospital, it is institutional. Okay. The institution-based approach, when I say when you have tomorrow class on Mental Care Act, there is a higher chance for it has a medical model approach most of the time, acute care, coercion and loss of autonomy. Many of the time, most of the institute follow a custodial approach where the patient is taken inside and their right and autonomies are not taken into consideration. Separation from society, lack of socialization, stigma, accessibility and affordability, these are all part of when it comes to a hospital-based institutionalized care. So just following a hospital-based institute care approach is also against a human right approach, a based approach against. Okay. All this kind of violence and mistreatment happen in an institution rather than in a community. When it comes to a community-based approach, the approach is going to be very, very different. So a community-based approach will most of the time will be a right-based approach. Less coercive practices, non-medical staffs will be involved, minimal use of medication, peer support, empowerment of service users, social networking and mutual responsibility, social community-based recovery approach has these kind of phenomena. So a better human rights-based approach will be more of a community-based approach. I'm just giving this. So to conclude, so what is the take-home message from this discussion? Three things: respecting the right, claiming the right, and changing the right. What are these? So first, as a mental health practitioners, learn to respect the right of your right. Frame clients' narrative through right-based lens and foster relationships that affirm their dignity and agency rather than fixating with their pathologies. So how you look at a person itself is very important. That is the first way to bring a changes. Okay. With the dignity, non-discrimination, participation, I'm not explaining everything, but transparency, accountability, confidentiality, consent, and cultural humility. What is cultural humility? Even though you don't know much about this culture, your attitude is all about, let me understand this person's culture, what is this person. So you respect that, rather than smiling and laughing at what you're telling is bullshit. I know what is mental illness. Okay, I know what is mental illness. I know what is biological imbalance. I know what is brain. I know what is mind. I know psychodynamic theory. I know cognitive theory. So what you're telling is absolute rubbish. No, that is not a humility approach. So you will have to be humane in your approach. Confidentiality of sharing information, keep it confidential. Always take their consent. So this is the way you are as a person, start respecting the dignity of the other person. Helping your person to claim their rights. This is your approach. Another approach is help your person with a mental health problem to claim their right. Mental health professionals assist client in accessing their rights. The state and its agents assume the role of duty bearer, but mental health professionals stand with their clients and help them to claim their rights. I will give some rights are positive as well as negative. For an example, right to receive public benefit, and negative rights are freedom from undue and discrimination. I will give some examples. How you can. This is one of the programs which we have done. When 3 family members got admitted to the hospital, 3 of them together, mother, 2 daughters, and son is accompanying. When they got admitted to the hospital, we shifted them to another hospital because they were all malnourished and they have a lot of physical problems. So they were admitted in a hospital for physical problems. Once they treated, they were better, then they shifted to us. Why? Because there are only 4 members of the family. These 3 people fell sick, and the neighbors started telling that this family is cursed or possessed by some evil spirit. And the moment this family members started going outside, they started throwing stones at them. So the moment they move out from the home, they throw stones at them. So they were not able to move outside. They were inside the home for 1 month. And some NGO person found out and they brought him to the hospital. Okay. So we treated them, they improved, and what we did, we thought this is not enough. We as a team went to that village, we divided into small group, and we did home visit. We visited every home of that village and shared a pamphlet and discussed about mental illness, educated them, shared material, and we invited all of them to a place for a gathering. So they all came. Then what we did a street play about mental illness. Then we brought a person with mental problems who recovered and asked the person to talk to the community about what is all about mental illness, what is your experiences, what was his life and how you recovered. So after that we were able to discharge and send this family to this village. Okay. So this is how you can help the patients to claim their rights. Otherwise they cannot go back to the community. They will be mistreated there. So you see how you can do such kind of things so that you can help them to get their rights. Another example is another person, treatment improved, he wanted to get a job. These are all published articles, okay? Nobody is willing to give job. So what we did is like, we went and negotiated with the employees, sat with them, discussed with them, educated that person what is mental illness, taught them, and discussed about this person. Then they were able to offer an employment to this person. Not an employment. He started working, earning, stable. So it is not just your attitude or just the approach is you, I will respect the other person. That itself is not going to give all the rights to that person. You should help the persons to get their rights also. Biopsychosocial approach. Another way, how your biopsychosocial approach will look into other aspects, other social and psychological aspects of the person, and how your approach is going to differ. When you think about treating, this is our model. So try to follow a improved community-based approach. So this is an approach that we are having from Manipal. Okay, so we have a team called Assertive Community Treatment Program. We go to communities, we go to their homes and provide treatment there and then. Okay, so why? Because their affordability, accessibility and stigma issues we know. How we can help them to claim that. So we are delivering the services at their doorsteps. Okay, so see how you can bring the approach from institution-based to a community-based approach. Now there are a lot of initiatives that is happening from government also. Then last one is changing rights. It is nothing but how you can bring changes in the social scenario when it comes to institution-based, legal and national frameworks. Sometimes you will be also able to work in higher levels where you can bring policies and program changes, so which will not be very stigmatizing, which also respect the dignity of the person. For example, if you are an administrator whom you will offer job, okay, so you can bring a lot of changes in the policy level also. So this way also you can bring the changes in the society. Yeah, that's it. These are my references. Thank you so much.
Now the stage is open for discussion. Does anyone have any question?
Any questions or anything you want to add on, or you want to agree with what I said? Generally, I don't stand and take class. It's very boring for me also. So I know the limitation, but in a seminar we cannot do a workshop. So I like to do workshop rather than taking classes. Okay, so there are people who attend my workshop also here. But it's okay. So each format has its own positive and negatives. Anything you want to add on, you want to ask me? People who did not sleep, people remember something and ask.
Thank you so much, sir, for the insightful and thought-provoking session. I'm sure that everyone has gained valuable knowledge and perspectives. I request Vandana to offer the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon. I take this opportunity to express our sincere gratitude. First and foremost, heartfelt thanks to Dr. Soyuz John for gracing today's session with valuable insights and for inspiring all of us with his expertise. I would like to invite Dr. Ashwini Shetty to hand over the certificate of appreciation to Sir. Thank you, ma'am. I extend our sincere gratitude to Professor Vishwanath P, Principal, Dr. Soumya Niti, Dean of PG Center, Dr. Vandana, Head of the Department, Psychology, Dr. Ashwini Shetty, Staff Coordinator for the constant support and encouragement. I thank all the teaching and non-teaching staff for making the session a successful one. Once again, thank you for all being a part of this
everyone. There is a small announcement. Now it's a lunch break until 2:50, and food arrangement is done in the hostel mess behind the college called Divyana. And later it is followed by paper presentation from 2:15 to 4:15 at CR 12 and 11 Seminar Hall 2. Then also inquisitive mind quiz competition. It is also starts from 2:15. It is at AV 10 second floor, and Sit Up the dance competition starts from 4 Seminar Hall 1.
Everyone, I am Ashita A. and Shreya B. from first year MSc Psychology, taking this opportunity to welcome you all to the scientific session of the National Conference. I extend a warm and respectful welcome to our chairperson, Dr. Kalishree A. Assistant Professor, Department of Psychology, St. Agnes College, Mangalore. Now I invite Sushmita to welcome Mandana ma'am with book. We are also very delighted to welcome all the presenters, participants and faculty members who have joined us for this session. Today's event reflects our commitment to academic growth, research culture and meaningful dialogue in the field of psychology. We look forward to an enriching session filled with insightful presentations and productive discussion. Now I am leaving this mic to Ms. Shreya to introduce our chairperson.
Good afternoon everyone. It is my privilege to introduce our chairperson for today's session, Dr. Kalishree A., an accomplished academician and counselor with over 90 years of teaching and research experience. She has contributed extensively to
Counseling Psychology, Adolescent Well-Being, Indian Psychology and Women's Studies. Dr. Kavyashree completed her BA in History, Political Science and Psychology at St. Agnes College, Mangalore, her MSc in Clinical Psychology and
at SDM College, UJIRE, and her PhD in Psychology at SDM College, UJIRE. She currently is a life member at Indian Society for Training and Development, Board of Studies member, Department of Psychology at SDM College, UJIRE, Inapoya University, Mangalore, and also Board of Examiners member, School of Social Work, Roshni Nilaya, Mangaluru, SDM College, UJIRE, Inapoya University, Mangaluru. Dr. Kavyashree has guided more than 40 postgraduate dissertations published in reputed journals, chaired scientific sessions at national and international conferences, and coordinated numerous academic programs and workshops. She is known for her dedication to mental health education, her commitment to research mentorship, and her impactful community outreach. We are honored to have her lead today's session.
So before we begin, I would like to briefly outline the guidelines for the paper presentation. So each participant will have a total of 8 minutes, 6 minutes for the presentation, followed by 2 minutes for discussion or questions. Time indicators will be as follows: a single bell at 5 minutes and then 2 bells at 6 minutes, indicating the end of the presentation time. After the discussion, there will again be 2 bells to mark the conclusion. I request the audience to kindly maintain decorum throughout the session so that all presenters get a fair and focused environment. English is the preferred language for presentations. All presentations will be scored based on the established evaluation criteria, and the best presentation will be announced during tomorrow's valedictory session. Wishing all the participants the very best. Now let us begin the session by welcoming our first presenter. So our first presenter is Prima Roshni, Pinto Rakshita Pandit. So from Enapoya. So let us start with the presentation.
Good afternoon to the respected judges and fellow presenters and Good afternoon to respected judges, fellow presenters and audience. I am Dakshina Pandit MS and and we are guided by Dr. Deepa Rasana, Associate Professor, Department of Clinical Psychology,
Enapoya School of Allied Health Sciences. The title of our paper is Social Jet Lag and Chronotype Mismatch in Nursing Students, Implications for Mood and Quality of Life, a Narrative Review. So moving on to the introduction.
Shift workers play an important role in healthcare setup where they continuously provide care for 24 hours. Approximately 20% of global population is working on shift basis, which leads to misalignment in their chronotype, causing sleep disturbances and higher risk for mental health issues and burnout. Chronotype refers to an individual's preference and tendency to wake up and sleep at specific times of the day. It is categorized into three types: morning type, intermediate type, and evening type. Individuals with different chronotypes are required to work at the same time due to fixed social routines. When this happens, there will be a mismatch between their internal biological clock and external social clock, causing social jet lag. Shift workers, which includes nurses, work on schedules which frequently causes conflict in their biological rhythms. Nursing students are also exposed to these demands through early morning classes, long lectures, and clinical postings which replicate their hospital routines. As they balance their academic workload with the clinical responsibilities, there will be a disruption in their sleep-wake cycle, and many students will experience social jet lag. Given the demanding nature of nursing education, understanding how social jet lag and chronotype mismatch impact mood and quality of life is essential. The aim of this study was to review the existing literature to determine how social jet lag and chronotype influence mood and quality of life among nursing students. Narrative review method was used, and the relevant articles were identified through databases such as PubMed, Scopus, and Shodhganga, and web search engines such as Google Scholar. These articles were published between 2018 and 2025. Initially, there were 965 articles identified. Initially, there were 965 articles identified. Out of these articles, 681 studies were excluded on the basis of publication year, and 167 studies without nursing students as primary population were excluded, and 105 studies without full text access were excluded. And finally, we included 12 studies in our review. And the results were synthesized integrating the common themes and patterns. Boolean operators, the listed keywords and the Boolean operators were used to search the relevant articles for our theme. And the inclusion criteria is English peer-reviewed articles, studies including both genders, studies involving nursing students of all types, qualitative, quantitative review articles, or mixed method articles. Exclusion criteria are research articles that did not have free access, studies involving nursing students who did not have clinical duties, and the rest of the presentation will be done by Prima.
Moving to results and discussion, the first theme is social jet lag and chronotype mismatch. In this, the author Sire et al. In 2021 and 2022 reported that evening nursing students experience poor sleep quality and more exposure to light at night, which disturbs their melatonin level and sleep will be delayed. And further in his studies explained that chronotype is will shift in their later adolescence. That is, a woman will have at the age of 18 and men at 19, and it diminishes over age. Then evening types have longer sleep latency, poor sleep quality, and higher daytime sleepiness and elevated depression. Collectively, it tells that when an individual's academic schedules and biological rhythm is not in line, it will lead to fatigue, mood problems, and related problems. Second thing is social jet lag and mood. In this, the author Lu et al. He explained there is a non-linear link between social jet lag and depression. He says that the individual having social jet lag equal to or more than 1.2 hours experience risk for depression. And also Cheng et al. He explained that higher social jet lag and related to poor mood and reduced resilience. Then another author, Yang et al., he said that social jet lag and poor sleep quality were associated with the premenstrual symptoms, depressive mood, and higher BMI. And this severity increased with individuals with greater social jet lag. Together, these studies explain that social jet lag and circadian misalignment are the key contributors to emotional instability and mental health issues. In the third theme, social jet lag and quality of life. Higher social jet lag was observed in higher social jet lag individuals had poor quality of life. This study was done on Korean nursing students. And another author, Kayaba et al. In 2021, he said that evening and intermediate chronotype experience significantly poor mental health related quality of life scores compared to morning type. And Ibanez et al. In 2025 explained that poor sleep quality and chronotype mismatch contributed to emotional distress, reduced motivation, and impaired clinical performance. And also Kayaba et al. In 2023 said that lifestyle outcomes, reporting that late chronotype display irregular eating patterns, greater weight gain, and indirectly influencing quality of life. Together, it tells that social jet lag and chronotype mismatch will affect the sleep, mood, and academic functioning and overall well-being of an individual. To conclude, social jet lag and chronotype mismatch will influence mood, physical health, and quality of life of nursing students. And evening chronotypes are more vulnerable to stress, emotional changes, and irregular routines due to academic and clinical schedules. We know that social jet lag can be modified, and interventions like sleep quality training, stress management, and programs of student well-being can improve this social jet lag. Next, there are some limitations of the study. Most of the studies were conducted in Korea, Japan, Spain, and other countries, so we can't apply this to other cultures, that is, generalization is not possible. And these studies are self-reported. The data was collected on sleep and mood, and it can have recall bias. Then it had variation in study design, study sample, and the measurement tools used. We also found that there is a gap, that there is no studies done on Indian population. So it could be a further research topic. So
questions can be from audience as well. Any questions, audience? Presenters, please go to your slide. The methodology slide. Okay, yeah. So, first of all, nice topic and nice presentation. At this level, presenting itself is great. Okay, so congratulations for that. I would like to know the exclusion criteria. What were your exclusion criteria? To exclude the article, what was your exclusion criteria? Okay, so here, now exclusion criteria is clear here. Articles that did not have free access and studies involving nursing students who did not have clinical studies, right? Go to your search strategy. Okay. Right. And you have included from which year to which year studies? Okay. Go to that chart. So how is that the second there you have excluded that many articles? If you have already very clear that you will be selecting the students from this year to this year, in spite of that, how is that you have excluded the studies? In the database itself, you have option to select from which year to which year. You are getting it? Yet, why is that the exclusion criteria? That is excluding the year in which it is published, when it itself is a exclusion criteria. That means it is understood that from this year onwards, studies are not included. From this year onwards, studies are not included. My doubt is that. You understood my question? Yeah. Any justification? You will look to that next time. Okay. So in the search strategy itself, there is year from which we can exclude. So automatically, your articles will not be shown from that particular year. Other exclusion criteria which you felt when you were doing the review, any articles that you had to purposefully exclude other than this? Where is that presented here? So, any population, country related exclusion criteria was there, or you have taken? Go to Boolean operators. Okay. Any other term for chronotype? Any other synonym? Okay. Anything else? That's it? Any other? What if I have used morning person and evening person and not specifically used chronotype? Okay, so that is also there.
Alright, so I completely agree with Dr. Kavya. It's a wonderful study and presented in a very well manner. I have few doubts, and the same thing Madam asked in terms of exclusion criteria. I'll leave that there only. And I just wanted to know while taking the studies, have you considered pre-pandemic state, post-pandemic state, because your year you have mentioned. So have you considered that? Because even Even that also matters when they are into clinical posting.
We have considered the studies before that, pre-COVID studies. In that, social jet lag was more and frontal mismatch also was more. But during the COVID period, when all the professionals were due to lockdown, quarantine, some did have duties. At that time, they were able to cope up with this misalignment, frontal misalignment. So that is what we found.
Anywhere you have mentioned that in your discussion?
We have mentioned that in paper.
Because that is also a major concern, especially when we talk in terms of nursing faculty or any health sector faculties or professionals. And my another concern is where you have mentioned in the limitation, it's very difficult to generalize due to the studies where from Japan and something like that, Korea and all. Whether any study proved that jet lag or social jet lag connected with cultural context and especially referring to nursing status.
One study I got to read that due to cultural factors like example in India, women are asked to wake up early in the morning. So this could also lead to social jet lag. That is what I found in the studies. So other than that, I didn't find any foreign country research on that.
So probably that particular point is not having sufficient justification. No, I'm just asking you, right? Only one study you got where they mentioned that. And have you seen that whether Japan or Korea people get up late or they don't have any early morning duties? Isn't it? So that's one concern. Okay, otherwise, wonderful presentation.
Congratulations, all the best. Thank you, Frida. So the next presenters are Amalda Maria N and Diksha B. Hegde, students from Inapura Dean to be University.
Good afternoon, respected judges, faculty members, and fellow presenters. I'm Amalda Maria, and I'm Diksha Hegde from final year MSc Clinical Psychology from Inapoya School of Allied Health Sciences, and we were guided by Dr. Dakshina, Associate Professor, Department of Clinical Psychology, Inapoya School of Allied Health Sciences. So today we'll be presenting a paper on paper titled School-Based Mental Health Awareness Among Teachers of Children with SLD, that is Specific Learning Disability, or narrative review. So, specific learning disability or SLE is a neurodevelopmental condition which will interfere with children's ability to read, write, spell, perform, and numerical abilities. So, these conditions are not caused because it is their poor intelligence or inadequate schoolings, but it is rooted on the brain process mechanism. When SLEs are not identified early, this can cause children's ability, academics performances, emotional and psychological well-being, also performances in their classroom, and also it can lead to late adjustment issues and their self-esteem. So teachers are the one who is interacting with the students on a daily basis, and they are in the best position to identify the different distribution between SLE and general school poor performances. We have reviewed teachers who have awareness, priorly awareness and knowledge about SLEs, and normal classroom teachers. Moving on to our methodology, our aim was to review and synthesize existing research, assess we have done a narrative review design. We have used databases like PubMed, Scopus, Sorganga to gather potential articles, which is published in English and between the year 2015 and 2025. The relevant articles were also identified through search engines like Google Scholar Web Search Engine. And data collection process, we have created an extraction sheet was created in Microsoft Word to collect information. This flowchart will help us to understand the selection process very clearly. We have the databases, PubMed, Scopus, Sorganga. We have collected reports, 132 reports, and we have removed 24 duplicates, and from that 108 were there. And according to the inclusion criteria, we have excluded 41 datas, and it was reason was not focused on teachers' awareness of SLE and full text availability. And finally, we have screened 14 reports, which was meeting our criteria. And search strategies, we have applied Boolean operators for refining the search and filter were used to limit result to pre-review and which is conducted in English and full text studies. And our keywords are teachers' awareness, teachers' ability to teachers' competence, teachers' knowledge, and identification skills. These were the Boolean operators which we have used in our study. And moving on to the selection criteria, we have included the studies which examine teachers' awareness, knowledge, or competencies about SLE, and the studies which is conducted in schools, pre-primary, primary, and secondary, and empirical studies only we have taken, and the data which have full test and which is published in English. And exclusion criteria, we have excluded studies not involving teachers and focus on conditions other than SLE. Then non-empirical data were excluded, and articles which is not in full test and articles which are not in English we have excluded. The rest of the presentation will continue by each. Thank you, Amanda. So continuing to the methodology, the data items that we have included is the author and the year of the publications, study design and their methodologies, participant details, like we have only included the teachers and the awareness and knowledge that the teachers have about SLE, their attitudes and beliefs related to the SLE, and their training received or they not received. These are the synthesis of the result. We have included a narrative approach. Findings from different studies were compared and grouped based on the ideas, patterns, and themes. So the key issues that we focused on was the low awareness, reading gaps, and early identification of SLE by the teachers, and what are the differences between the regular classroom teachings and the special educators. This helped us to create a comparison between the teachers' awareness about the SLE and those who are not aware of it. Moving on to the results and discussions. So lack of awareness and knowledge. Many of the regular classroom teachers will not be aware of the SLE, and it might influence the children's mental health. They might think that children have less knowledge, which is different from SLE. So moving on to the inadequate training and professional development. So teachers might not receive proper training regarding to the SLE identifications, and children might not benefit from the teaching strategies. So research also highlights that teachers with the formal training display higher confidence and better identification in SLE. Misconceptions and negative attitudes. So teachers might misunderstand SLE and low academic performance. So the behavior towards the children might be like they are not performing well. So understanding that it might be laziness of the students, and they might expect they might have lower expectations on the children. So limited institutional support. Many of the schools lack mental health policies or resources, and they might not address the SLE, that is a specific learning disability. Next is the need for inclusive teaching strategies. So teachers might require practical and adaptive strategies to handle the students. So in order, if the teachers are thought about the SLD and teachers are able to identify the SLD, students might be able to get better provisions from the schools. So moving on to the conclusions. This review also this review shows that teachers play a very important role in the identifications of the SLD, and providing them with better knowledge might help the children academically and improve their mental health. These are the limitations of the study. So no primary data were included, it was all the secondary data. Only English full text based studies were included. Most of the studies were cross-sectional, and it might limit the cause and effect of the insect. So differences in assessment tools, not all studies included the same tools. It was different, and for the comparison it will be difficult to say. There might be bias also. So research focused on urban, semi-urban and not on rural areas. Heavy use of self-report data which might lead to bias. Few studies also, few of the studies only examine the actual classroom practices. Now, few of them with only theoretical knowledge. These are our references. Thank you.
Thank you, Amalda and Diksha. Now the stage is open for discussion.
Any questions from audience? Requesting audience to be active participant. Your active participation is important. Any questions? Go to your reference once. Which referencing you follow? So according to APA, how the order is to be? You can answer. We have points for defense also. According to APA, as per what you study, how should be the order? You know the answer? Sorry? Which order? As in? Correct. So, according to alphabetical order? No, I'm just asking. Is it like that? According to APA. Go to your introduction slide. Whose idea are these? You know that you have done a research, SLD, or neurodevelopmental disorder affecting reading, writing, listening, speaking, reasoning, or math ability. Your idea? Then
It was the definition.
Of whom? What you have to include?
Author's name we have to.
In-text citation. Right. Okay. So that was the observation made. Thank you so much for presenting.
So once again, congratulate. This is a good paper. My concern is inclusion and exclusion slide. Can you please? Yeah. So there is under inclusion criteria, full text published in English, and exclusion criteria, articles not in English. So in one point, if you quote, it is understood that you have not included those which are not in English, and you have pointed out in both the sector. So you have to be very careful as a researcher. There is a style of presenting your viewpoint which should be very professional or in a research way. So that you have to be careful. And even I just wanted to know, like, teachers belong to public schools, private schools, because their way of training or the knowledge slightly varies. Whether you got any study connecting to teachers who are appointed in a private sector where they are not having any sort of formal training in identifying or maybe guest teachers, those perspectives have you included? Or have you got any research on that? Research? Or you excluded those research? Because teachers means it's a vast, and we find different categories of teachers. When we look into the government appointed teachers, they will be having a different level of understanding and different level of training. They have to be very mandatory that they have to undergo some workshop where they have to take up. In private sector, the teachers, those who have completed their masters or the graduation, they will come and they teach. So those concerns have you focused? Okay. So those things, when teacher or such population, you have to be very specific.
From government level, they give the training, especially in Karnataka. Especially.
And all over, I think it is mandatory.
Yes. Especially. Yes, especially Aish, from when we were studying itself, was active in giving training to teachers on this. So from that concern. Nice study. All the best.
Thank you, Amala and Diksha. Now we invite the next presenter, Padmasree K, a faculty from SDM College, UJIRE. Before we start this presentation, presenters are to maintain the time limit and not exceed it. Please keep that in mind.
Good afternoon, I'm now present here. I'm Padmasree, Assistant Professor from SDM College, UJIRE. So it's my paper is about need and scope of mental health education in Indian schools, a psychological evaluation. It's a conceptual paper. So introduction. Schools are crucial environments for shaping children cognitive, emotional and social development. So although in India has made academic advancement, the psychological developments of students remain inadequate. So according to national level mental health reports, a significant number of school-going children experience emotional and behavioral difficulties, and only a small proportion receive psychological support. The absence of structured mental health education in schools is a major contributing factor. The current landscape, policy foundation, if you see, and NAT 2020 explicitly recognizes life skills, socio-emotional learning and well-being as an essential component of education, providing strong policy justification for mental health education in schools. Evidence-based, if you see, multi-component interventions show promise. Small-scale evaluation report improvements in emotion regulation and behavior. So existing initiatives, NIMAN's mental health education, Samvad initiatives, Telemanus and NGO-led SEL programs like Teacher Foundation, SL model provide blueprints for implementation. Then research gaps, high-quality randomized trials and long-term follow-ups remain limited, need for validated, actually appropriate outcome measures. So, theoretical foundation, if you see, developmental psychology, Erickson's psychological stages guide an age-appropriate, self-supporting confidence building and identity information during critical school years. And even cognitive behavior theory, CBT provide, these principles help students identify negative thinking patterns and even replace them with realistic thinking, reducing stress and anxiety. If we see positive psychology, which emphasizes strength development, gratitude, resilience, and optimism to foster flourishing and enhance overall well-being. If we see in detail, just summarize, social harmony theory, students learn through modeling, teacher education and peer support, develop empathy, pro-social behavior and conflict handling skills. Critical barriers to implementation, workforce shortage, insufficient number of trained school counselors and mental health professionals scale across Indian schools. We have very shortage of school counselors and even teachers' preparedness, though they are trained, even lack of training and even confidence to deliver social and emotional learning or identify mental health problems efficiently as well as effectively. Then stigma and even the resistance, cultural stigma. In the morning session we heard about this cultural stigma and even low parental mental health literacy. Parents are uneducated about this mental health education to reduce uptake and acceptance of programs. And even resource and policy gaps also. So, and even implementation across states and even lack of monitoring framework and funding constraints, limited effectiveness also we need to focus on this area. So we need to focus on urgent need, rising academic pressure, so increasing stress level, affecting student well-being as well and performance across all age groups, and even early emotional problems, growing emotional difficulties in childhood with limited access to psychological support. Even communication barriers also we need to focus on here. Lack of open dialogue about mental health, perpetuates stigma among parents as well as with teachers. So students will hesitate to discuss about this. Even social challenges increased nowadays. We can see if you ask us school counselors, they'll tell about this in detail. Increased bullying, violence, social withdrawal, and even smartphone-related psychological issues, and professional shortage also, critical lack of counselors and mental health professional in educational settings. So comprehensive implementation we need to focus here. So curriculum integration here, we from SDM college, we started, we adopted this year like school. We used to go to school every month under the like Swasth Mana Shiksha. We educate school children under this program. So curriculum integration, weekly life skill sessions, mindfulness practices, and even emotional literacy modules we used to present there. Then co-curricular activities also they can include yoga and meditation, art and theatre, sports programs, even some of the support systems like school counseling services, psychological visits now and then, and even peer support networks. Then trained peer mentors also they can appoint at schools. Then teacher training like identifying distress signs. Teachers are the best person to identify. So basic counseling skills we can teach for teachers. Then emotional support techniques also teachers they can learn. Even school policies like even school also they can implement all this anti-bullying measures. Then safe space creation, mental health friendly environment, all these they can implement, I think. Key implementation comprehensive approach covering curriculum, environment, training, activity, policies, counseling, and even the peer support. I think with this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Now the stage is open for discussion. If audience have any questions, you can ask.
Any questions, audience?
Once again, requesting audience to be active in listening and thinking, and anything you can ask. There is no wrong question.
Okay, we have one question.
Congratulations.
Good afternoon, everyone. You know, in our society, lots of stigmas are there. While through the training, we can educate or aware the children. But how the parents can change? How we can aware that parents? What the way? How we can make a change in the parents?
Very good question. Like how we can educate parents with regard to this stigma. Yeah, during the time of parents meeting, even school authorities can organize some sessions like counselors or media psychologists. Through them we can educate parents. We used to go to different schools to educate parents. We used to throw light on this area usually, so that we can educate.
Yeah, correct. Parent teachers meeting is there, and also now most of the school counselors are appointed, so that becomes one of the roles and responsibility of the school counselor to coordinate, and social advocacy is one of the job roles of the school counselor.
Through radio talks, community building programs.
So, Padmashri, again, as a faculty, presenting is also something that is great. That shows that you are keen in upgrading and upskilling yourself. And congratulations for that.
Thank you.
So, I don't know from which perspective to ask question. Like, if it is review of literature, we know there is scoping review, there is meta-analysis, there is systematic review. In their papers, the approach is very clearly mentioned. There is narrative review. So we know that according to narrative review, systematically these things they have to follow. And if they are not following, we were questioning on that. So same way, for conceptual paper, there is a framework. Which framework did you follow? You understood the question? For review of literature, there is a methodology. There is scoping review. Scoping review, there is different guidelines. There is Prisma model, there is JPI model, and all of that. So we know that model. So conceptualize which model did you follow to work towards your conceptual paper?
Yeah, I don't have more information about that now.
Okay, then I don't have a question, because if it is a conceptual paper, again there is a approach to be followed. There are 2-3 approaches. Like there is probably theory extension approach, theory integration approach. Many approaches are there. So request you to have a orientation towards that. Thank you.
Okay, in the same manner, I congratulate you to coming up with the paper. Since it's a conceptualized paper, I just wanted to know, since you have focused on need and scope of mental health education in Indian schools, did you check any abroad strategies where they have introduced mental health, so that you were keen in knowing more about the Indian system? Or do you have any knowledge like how exactly in foreign countries sort of mental health education is provided, and somewhere which is lacking, or maybe it is a strength of Indian system. So how, like why you specifically wanted to see Indian schools?
So my interesting topic was like Indian school, so I did not focus on abroad now. So it is an interesting area actually.
Whether you got to know anything about the global level, how it works? No. And as you said that there are a lot of need is there where teachers will be the primary people to identify the psychological condition of students. So they have to be trained, and the mental health should be known to the teachers. And in that sense, NIMANS is doing some good work and all those things. And even in under NIMANS, they have come up with some short-term training program to the teachers who will play an additional role along with the teacher as a school counselor. Now I wanted to get your opinion. Is it fair to say or call them as a school counselor just with the 3 months training? I'm asking your opinion, that's it. Like now, you being in this particular field from past a decade, so what is exactly your opinion about?
I think school teachers must know deep about this. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to identify school children with some psychological issues. But it will be a little difficult to call as a certified counselor, I think.
Yes, I think so. Good. Thank you.
Thank you, Padma Sri. Now we invite the next presenter, Ms. Anika S.P.S., student of SDM PG Center.
So good afternoon to everyone present here. I'm Anika, I'm a student of SDM PG Center, second year psychology. So firstly, I wish to thank Ms. Ashwini, my guide, for her guidance and support throughout this paper presentation. So here the title of the paper is Role of Family Type in Academic Anxiety of Students Across Gender. So the introduction for this is that the responsibilities of being just an academic can lead to different stressors in life, like the issues of worries concerning their test or their everyday activities, homeworks. Along with it, when the pressure or the influence of the family comes into place, all this leads to the child or the student being in so much of tension, which leads the person to eventually develop into an anxious mood, which in turn will lead to, as per studies, leads to the child or the student being developing problems of unable to focus on any attention or any task of their interest or for any task for that matter. So the questionnaire, academic anxiety questionnaire, that the one I used here was used to develop was developed to assess the academic anxiety levels of the students of the different age groups it's being standardized for. So moving ahead, so this is a literature review. So there are actually, when I was going through the earlier papers, there were enough studies on it, but actually there weren't enough studies in our context which actually studied the relationship between family types and the relationship of it with the academic anxiety levels of the students. So the first study, it's a 2014 study which concluded that students from nuclear and joint families do not show any significant differences in their academic anxiety levels. Another study is from 2019. Even it's an Indian-based study. Even then, they've actually identified into different academic anxiety domains like the math anxiety, science or precision anxiety, writing anxiety, test anxiety, and twin anxiety. And in a 2023 study, they concluded that it was a literature review-based study, that most of the studies on these concepts, they mostly focused on undergraduate and postgraduate studies. That was your finding. And And another study they considered that academic anxiety, self-efficacy and parent-child relationships, all of these are equally important when it comes to the variable, and that they concluded that anxiety and confidence are almost unrelated, whereas the role of parents or the relationship with parents does have an influence in the anxiety levels of the children. So this is a methodology. The aim was to study the influence of family type on academic anxiety 18 years of age across gender. So objectives was to study the difference in the level of academic anxiety of students from different family types of nuclear and joint families. Assessing the level of academic anxiety of students within the context of their family types. So research questions were, is there a significant relationship between family type and academic anxiety among the students? Does the family type of a student influence his or her academic concerns? So the hypothesis developed where H1 is that there is no significant difference between the family type and level of academic anxiety, but H1 is that there is a significant difference between the level of academic anxiety and family type of a student. So the variables were independent variables being the family types, that is nuclear and joint, and extended was included, which was later on excluded because of the lack of samples and that. And gender was male and female was considered, and dependent variable being academic anxiety. So research design was a 2x2 factorial design. But sampling was purposive sampling was used to collect the samples of sample was 60 students, so 61 actually. So this scope of the study focused on 15 to students of 15 to 18 years of age to examine the relationship, actually the difference in family type to their level of academic anxiety. So the inclusion criteria was the students aged between 15 to 17 years of age, and they who were living with their family and not in any other setups. So the students enrolled for full-time education were also considered, and exclusion criteria was students with any other clinically diagnosed anxiety-related issues. So the tools was academic anxiety scale by Casari, which is a 2024 item Likert scale. And the procedure was conducted on students of class 11 and 12 of different family types. Responses were collected students from nuclear as well as joint families, and factorial design was used. So normality test and inferential statistics was used. So the result of discussion is that normality Shapiro was used, and from that it was concluded that the results for the data fall under the normality criteria. That's why the 2 ANOVA was carried on. So as per the results of that, the null hypothesis was rejected, and it was shown that there is no significantly different level of academic anxiety across gender. That is, male and female students had no there were differences but which were not statistically significant. And if the students from nuclear family showed less level or lower level of academic anxiety when compared to the students of joint family center. So coming to conclusions, so from the study, so actually this is a study which I am planning to continue. So this is actually initial phase of it. I am planning to extend it with more samples and more variables further. So from this, what I would conclude is that from my sample, there is there is a significant level of difference when it comes to the joint family as well as this. So the overall conclusion of this is that male students who are coming from nuclear families had a higher level of anxiety, academic anxiety level when compared checked with female students from nuclear family types. So that was it. And another coming to limitations. One major limitation being that the sample size is 60. That is it. And another also the generalizability is also a limitation. So for further study, there can be further in-depth or qualitative based methods can also be used to actually find the cause and effect relationships of the results shown here. So these are the references. Thank you.
Thank you, Anika. Now the stage is open for discussion. So audience, do any of you have any questions? If there is any, okay, there are.
In the inclusion part, you have added 15 to 17. Yes, some of them is 15 to 18. Some in this result discussion, there 15 to 18 years.
No, actually I have used only, that was an error, I'm so sorry for that. But whenever I considered the data, I have only included the students of 15 to 17 years of age. So who are currently in their first or second year of PU, 11th and 12th, only those were considered.
Why only 15 to 18 years old?
Okay, so I thought about it actually. Then the student represent actually what I thought in the initial state of it was that those students, they will be actually in the 12th. So that's an age where they will be put under a lot of pressure. Even 10th it will be there. But when it comes to 12th, they will be actually bombarded with a lot of things around them. So I just wanted to, I thought of doing something to understand if that particular age group, so rather than taking a broader age group from maybe 15 to 20 or even 20 to above, that will be, then we'll have the samples will be of different categories. Maybe there will be students who will be doing their undergrads way, but the level, the kind of academic experiences they are having will be different from that of these students. So I thought let's not have a separate one rather than combining all those.
Okay, so congratulations for the audience. Now 2 questions because of time constraint. Yes, that is also very important. Rightly observed. The same answer, the question was asked why this population. The same answer I would have given more marks for methodology if you would have supported with evidence. You understood what I am trying to say? Evidence. Why this age group and why this topic? There is a evidence like survey or anything.
No, actually it is in my literature review. As you can see here, the second one, serial number 2, the 2023 study, they have actually concluded that actually their conclusions actually have, their findings are listed out. They were actually extra, I mean there were other things too. But what I focused on that was, they concluded that on academic anxiety, most of the studies were based on undergraduate and postgraduate students. Or there are studies which have considered the age groups from 16 to 20 or like that. So I felt like this is a, so I don't know how in research what it could be, but I don't know how it saying like that, combining the results of scores of students of 11th and 12th with undergrads or postgrads, or even comparing that in their stress levels, it won't be matching. So this is an evidence which I found, and there were a few similar studies as well. All of them were actually, even the tools that were developed for mainly focused on main studies. There were a lot of international studies. When the thing academic anxiety comes, they focus on especially undergraduate students. They were the main focus. So I thought I'll take a step different and go for 11th and 12th.
That justification has to come in slide, and that is the way you can approach. Now the explanation what you gave. Now considering your conference title is Promoting Human Rights in Mental Health Care, considering your sample size starts from 15 to 18, tell me the procedure of taking their permission.
Ma'am, so from here for this, I collected it from the school itself. So first procedure was of course getting the consent from the school authorities. That was done, and then I was sent to the classroom. So there I got a small, I requested for some time. I had a rapport establishment with the students first, and then I just had a small conversation with them since they were 11. Actually, I went to one was 12th and another 11th. Both are
just give us the...
Yes. So I, for this, considering to this one, since they are, so I was sure that just we give a paper, those students will definitely take something and give back. But I did not want that. So
permission to do that itself, how did you
Yes, I had taken the written consent from them. I have explained.
From whom?
Actually from the students, almost 18 they were.
Almost?
Authorities I had. From the authorities I had permission.
From parents?
My parents, it was informed through the school head.
You have their signature?
No, ma'am.
From the child?
Ma'am, yes.
What is that called? Taking permission?
Informed consent.
Consent and assent. Since it is the topic of human rights, So assent has a different format. Consent from the authority plus the parent. Got it? So assent is very important. And if time permits, we could discuss. But what are your independent variable and dependent variable? Just one doubt. Gender is what?
Independent variable.
And
Gender and family type, nuclear and joint.
Okay.
Dependent is academic consent.
Now I am wondering how you make two-way ANOVA. For two-way ANOVA, one of the important rules is there should be two independent variables. Now, how did you classify gender? That I don't know. Family type, how did you classify that also? I don't know.
Male and female, joint and nuclear types. That's how I have done.
Okay. And this family type was just by asking them?
Only from their own report I have taken that.
Okay. Okay. So, there was any type, like how did you define joint family?
So ma'am, just the first generation and the grandparents along with the parents, the kids will be there.
Suppose if since it is Bangalore, if it is patrilineal family, matrilineal family, then those things?
It was not included, ma'am, because I am only, actually when I spoke to the students, I have just told them, like mark under these options if this is how your family types are. Okay. I'm just slightly oriented about it.
Okay, thank you.
Good study, Anika. So you have used maximum methodology scientifically. But I just wanted to know, have you operationally defined family type in your research?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, it was there in it.
You just tell me.
Okay, so nuclear family is a fraction of
No, what are the different types of family?
When I'm saying the abroad studies, they were mainly focusing on nuclear and single parent. Single parent types of families. Nuclear, single parent, and extended when it comes to abroad studies. But in Indian studies, they were including the concepts of joint and extended families as well.
Because there are a lot many types of families, blended families, single parent families,
so when I checked it, because abroad families they had single parent and blended families or cooperative families in abroad countries they had. But when it came to Indian families, their main focus was on nuclear, joint, and extended.
Yes, but then I think it's very, very necessary that if you are going with nuclear and joint, you have to operationally define what is family type. As a researcher, you are going with these two types. Okay. So as a family type, it is not only two. There are plenty of family type. Okay. And don't give a justification that in abroad they have done like this.
You are considered according to the Indian
studies. As a researcher,
I have considered the Indian studies.
Joint. Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anika. Now I invite the next presenter, Chaitra V. This is scholar from Karnataka State Open University.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself Chaitra. I'm a research scholar from Karnataka State Open University, and I'm going to present my paper on human rights, mental health, and employee resilience, a conceptual framework for strengthening workplace productivity. And my co-author is Dr. Mahadeswamy P. and he's assistant professor. Introduction. According to Jack Donnelly, human rights are fundamental freedoms and protections that belong to every person by virtue of being human. And according to Case, mental health is a state of emotional and psychological well-being that enables individuals to function effectively and handle everyday challenges. According to Luther, resilience is the ability to adapt well and recover from stress, challenges or adversities. And then when it comes to employee resilience, according to Kant, it's the ability of workers to adapt recover, and remain effective when faced with workplace challenges or changes. So method used his conceptual framework, it's like reviewing few existing literatures on human rights, mental health and employee resilience that strengthen workplace productivity. And I've taken from peer-reviewed journals. 30 reviews have been taken in. Objective of the study. First, to understand the role of rights-based mental health policies in enhancing employee well-being and resilience. Secondly, to explore how dignity and psychological safety influence mental health and drive higher productivity. Third is to develop a conceptual framework informed by global evidence connecting human rights practices with resilient and high-performing workplaces. So need for the study, as we all know, there is a rising demand and mental health issues have been raising among the employees and complex demands, burnouts, and also the disrespect between the colleagues, and there's no equity and discriminations and all other issues. Organization can be a big failure without employees' resilient nature, and employees are also facing a lot of mental health issues, burnout, stress, and they also commit suicides as well. So few studies like reviews to understand the role of rights-based mental health policies in enhancing employee well-being and resilience. Few say that one research, it shows that well-being across mental, emotional and physical domains are the fundamental human rights that strengthen resilience. As I said, resilience is bouncing ability from any challenging situation. And rights-aligned human rights practices like flexible working and supportive leadership and mental health policies build healthier and more resilient employees, according to Boyer et al. In 2024. Supportive environments with fairness, respectful communication and safe job designs enhances emotional stability and resilience. The other study, early mental health support, accessible counseling and stigma-free workplaces reduces stress and strengthen long-term resilience. So as I work in police department, there's a lot of stigma connected to a counselor or even the subject called psychology. So they don't know the value of it and they feel like, why should we go to the psychologist? Why I don't need any counseling, I don't want to go. So in such places also there is stigma that is connected to psychology or counseling. So another study, investments in mental health initiatives. There's recently Telemanas from NIMHANS. It's also a great initiative towards mental health. And fair treatment and job autonomy improve coping and reduces burnout and promote resilient workforces. And global guidelines show that rights-based policies like fair workloads, non-discrimination, and psychological safety create sustainable, high-performing, and resilient organizations. Second part is reviews to explore how dignity and psychological safety influences mental health and drive higher productivity. Firstly, psychological safety boosts mental health. How? It's like when employees feel safe, respected, and able to speak openly, stress decreases and learning increases, which improves team and organizational productivity. The other study says respect and fairness enhances dignity. So feeling valued reduces psychological pressure and increases the trust and leads to better accuracy, performance and better communication. The other study is like rights-based policies reduce presenteeism, that is fair sick leaves and supportive practices protect dignity, improve well-being and prevent poor performance caused by working while unwell. Supportive leadership strengthens the well-being, like managers giving, for managers itself they give training how to handle the team. So that is how, and trust, social support increases productivity. So there should be some trust, otherwise there will be trust issues among the team members or the leader and the team members. Low stress and high dignity is equal to the higher performance. That is respectful, safe environment, reduce burnout and stress, which enhances innovation and sustained productivity over time. So the third section is global evidence links rights-based policies to productivity. Studies show that protecting mental health reduces stress, strengthens resilience, and support long-term organization performance. And supporting rights-aligned environments reduce stress and boosts efficiency. Human rights well-being practices drive sustainability. Employer accountability strengthens resilience. Global guidelines provide a strong foundation, and evidence-based models highlights autonomy, support, and equity. The result says that a rights-based mental health policies improves the well-being and resilience. That is, supportive, fair, and autonomous environments reduce stress, strengthen coping skills, and enhance emotional stability. And secondly, dignity and psychological safety boosts the performance. When employees feel valued and safe, fear decreases, motivation rises, and accuracy, creativity, and overall productivity improves. Human rights practices sustain long-term resilience. That means the global evidence shows that equity, supportive environments, and early intervention reduces burnout, increase engagement, and creates stable, high-performing organizations. So overall conclusion is human rights and mental health and resilience, all three are interconnected. One affects the other. If your human rights are followed properly in organizations or even among the individuals like colleagues or friends, so this can actually increase the betterment of the mental health of employees, which in turn affects the resilience, the levels of resilience. We know there are high resilient people around and there are low resilient people around. So resilience also improves if overall environment is healthy. And this in turn helps to the productivity of the organization. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Chaitra. Now the stage is open for discussion. Audience, if you have any questions, do ask.
Yes, anybody? Okay, one question. Please.
Congratulations, ma'am. Thank you. From researcher's point of view, can you say that why you choose this topic and can you explain the significance of this study?
Yes. So myself, I'm working in police department as well-being officer. This is a post created in a police department from Karnataka State Police. So it's an experiment, but now it's been 7 years. I'm working there, 7+ years. So I've seen how the rank system affects, the higher authorities treating the PCs in a different way. There you can see the respect is being not given to the individual. And when they need the sick leaves, it's not being given. And the work demands, which is like the population is more, and the ratio of policemen and the population is totally different. So there is a demand and there is a necessity for the policemen to work in the fields, in the public. But still they also have a personal life, they also need a family support, they also have that, they need that personal space, attending a function, going to the relative's house, attending the parents' meeting at school for the children, and attending the cultural activities. So for policemen, we can see a lot of stress in personal life as well as in professional life as well. And discriminations are also seen. It may be like the favorisms, right? So it's not at all in police department. We can see in all the professions, teaching profession, doctors, nurses, everywhere. So these are all the human rights that is actually being violated, but still practically, we know we have to respect each other, but practically it is not being implemented. It's not successful. So in front of the person we speak well, but behind the person we may not respect or we kind of speak bad about the person. So this is what is happening in the workplaces. So this definitely will create mental stress and colleagues also. There is kind of jealousy or they may actually want to complain something, they create some stories. So all financial pressure is also there. So because of all these reasons, I've seen them very personally, like they share all the issues. So that's why somewhere I took, there is need for the resilient personality to be present in police, because they should actually prioritize the duty than the personal life here, just like army people. So that's why I took this topic. Somewhere human rights are being violated, but still, so that mental health is also disturbed. We're not taking care of it. We're not taking measures to overcome that. So, yeah.
Anyone? Okay. So, I just wanted to know about the research gap. I think you have briefed now, like how exactly currently it is there. But anyway, yeah, with the point of like review, I think you can quote. That's fine. References, have you mentioned here? Any references are there? Okay. So, can you please go to objectives? So, the third objective, to develop a conceptual framework informed by global evidence connecting human rights. So that whether you are going to conceptualize any connecting to, or it's just an understanding studies, because that's what in the morning session, human rights covers a vast area. What is human right here may not be a right in Japan, or what is their right, or in terms we can say that it is more of a kind of a values, ethics, including the rights. So probably limitations. Yeah. So I'm not clear whether how exactly you are going to come up with a framework. That cannot be taken up since it's it's an understanding. More than a develop, probably to know, to understand the conceptual framework. That's what I feel. We are not going to develop as a researcher, right? Yes. Then I think, yeah, that's what. Take a look.
First of all, thank you so much for attending the conference, ma'am, and the right topic. I was just thinking if we could collaborate and improvise on all the objectives, and we can do a much better work, because the first one, to understand the role of right-based mental health policies in enhancing employee well-being and resilience. It requires either quantitative or qualitative study.
Yes. My research topic is something related to resiliency.
Correct. The second one, to explore, since you know people who have the issues that you have mentioned, a phenomenological approach, or for that matter, if it is only women's studies, maybe feministic approach will definitely, give justice for the second one. And if right methodology is followed, the third objective is easy to establish. Now, considering that these are the objectives, keeping in mind you have presented the paper, none of the objectives were justified. That is the only sad part, because everything has a framework. The theory, yes, correct, right?
It's just an attempt of.
Yes, I appreciate that. Looking forward to interact with more of academicians and interdisciplinary people. You're from psychology department?
Yes, I'm doing my PhD now.
Okay. So hopefully the methodology will improve, because you are the right person who can take the gap and talk in terms of policy implication. So looking forward to interact with you. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Chandra. Now I'd like to call upon Mr. Samyuk Jain, faculty, Vivekananda College of Engineering and Technology, Puttur. Presenters, I have to maintain the time limit as we don't have much time left. Thank you.
Om Shri Manjunatheswara Namaha. Respected dignitaries and all my dear co-writers, it's my warm pleasure to present my topic. It's titled Cultural Memory and Mental Health exploring emotional presence and absence in poetic expression. Definitely, when you come across this title, definitely you come to trace that he is the person not from the psychological or the psychological decorum or the psychological platform. Yes, that is right. I am not purely from the psychology department, but I am apart from the psychology department. I am a literature student, but I felt that in one place of the thing, the literature and the psychology intersects. So that's why I am presenting my paper, how the cultural memory and mental health compiles in the exploring emotional presence and absence in the poetic expressions. So in my slides or in my research paper, I come across with the abstract, introduction, literature review, methodology, key findings and the conclusion. Here, in the frame of the literature, we are observing the thing, poetry is the form of the language which speaks with me, or the every poetic terms or the every poetic lines, it conveys kind of emotions. It conveys a kind of soft touch towards some particular thing. So that's why here in this work, I compiled with the 5 notable poems. So in that one, every poet or every poems from the different cultural background. But the thing is, 5 poems are from the different cultural background. But each poems contains some kind of emotional touch. Sometimes it will give emotional presence, but in sometimes it will give the emotional expression. So that's why I use the key terms, that is poetry, cultural memory, mental health, healing, emotion, silence, expression and psychology. So here, poetry is one of the oldest form of our tool to know ourselves, because when we come to the folklore, that and all, we can able to trace them. Our ancestors also sharing their emotions, sharing their therapeutical view, telling their happiness with the help of the kind of folklore. So that's why poem is one of the oldest form of sharing thing. So that's why here the research questions are, in this particular paper, how poetry functions as a container of cultural memory and the emotional experience, as well as how it will preserve an absence in the poetic shape, mental well-being. So here I come across with the Jan Assams. He defines that with the help of the how memory preserved to the symbolic form. He is given a wide view towards the literature, stories and the rituals. But in my paper, I deeply concerned toward the 5 notable works, as well as I opted the 5 different authors, Neruda, Plath, Rumi, Simborska and Tagore, Rabindranath Tagore. Here, there is a methodology. I deeply did with the qualitative approach. It is not a quantitative approach. I am repeating, it is a qualitative approach, because I opted these 5, the literature part, that is finally the poems, Pablo Neruda's. Tonight I can write the saddest lines. Then Sylvia Plath's The Tulips and Daddy, there is different two concepts, and Rumi's The Guest House, and Wisława's The Possibilities, and Rabindranath Tagore's Geetanjali. Here, in each concept, the Pablo Neruda, he says that today I can write the saddest line. Means he is undergoing with the remembrance. He is expressing about his unbeloved. So, if we are feeling the same thing, definitely when we are reading, it will give kind of therapeutical way of solution. It is not a clinical way of approach. Here, we can able to get a kind of a non-clinical or one mentally therapeutical way of approach we can come to know. Here, and Sylvia Plath's Tulips and the Daddy is explaining about the daddy, how he is. Means, if our surrounding is the same like that, we can get kind of confidence while reading this. Or, in the room is the guest house. Rumi says that whatever comes to our life, there is like a guest. We have to accept that. Means, it will give kind of acceptability. The same kind of similarity we can able to trace from the possibilities. Means, what is happening now? It is a kind of acceptance. We need a kind of acceptance. So, that will give kind of therapy to our mind. We need to accept all the things what and all come to our life. And the Rabindranath Tagore, well now, he is in the he says, he compares with a fence towards the devotional or the spiritual touch. Here, these are the theoretical lenses what I come across. One is reader response theory. I am explaining these 5 poems not only a writer of this work or this research work, as a literature writer, a poet, I am saying the reader response theory, we are giving completely freedom to the readers, not the writer. And the cultural memory and trauma and affect and narrative expressive psychology all creates about the memory, emotion and the illusions. So these are the key findings I come across. Poetry as emotional outlet from the different that operate 5 poems and how it gives the same equally how emotional absence and presence acts and how it supports to our mental health. That is the primary thing. We don't need to visit any clinic, we don't need to meet any consultant, we don't need to meet any hospitality, but before that, the primary level of work we need to give aware in the school life, because it's not only for the purpose of examination, it's not only for the purpose of marks. Beyond that, we need to give to read and analyze themselves about some kind of which poetries are applicable there. Definitely that will give kind of therapeutical way of healing. So this is the conclusion part. Poetry more than literature. I am not taking poetry is the form of literature. It's apart from the literature, poetry always give a kind of mental healing, a kind of mental solution. So it preserves memory. How we are in the daily life we are struggling with the many things, but when we are feeling some kind of depression, or yes, when you are feeling kind of happiness, we can read related poem. We come across, summarize kind of the poetries. Definitely, the same situation sings with the same poetry. Definitely, we'll get kind of confidence, a kind of resolution, a kind of innovative way to come forward. So finally, I say that poetry is a psychological container. It holds grief, silence, memory, hope, healing, joy, happiness, everything. So that's why poetry remembers what we forget. The past days it will remember us. And it speaks with a form silent and heals where we need to grow. So finally, it will give every kind of solution for our inner suffering, inner happiness, everything. So that's why I conclude my research paper, and we are happy to listen to your questions because I am not purely from this psychological part. So that's why it's towards me.
The stage is now open for discussion. Audience, if you have any questions, please ask.
Any questions? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Congratulations, first of all.
Thank you.
Why don't you choose that qualitative? Why you choose that quantitative? If we choose the quantitative, we can scientifically say that this is that, this is right, by analyzing ANOVA and that kind of things. Why you choose qualitative?
Actually, in this paper, my mind cursor based on this notable 5 poems, 6 poems. If I'm picking this, maybe I believe qualitative is suitable for this. Actually, I'll accept your concern, but actually I don't know how to apply these methods to the quantitative. If it is possible, definitely I'm having the kind of thought to continue this research. So that's why if it is possible, definitely I'll go through with the mixed method of approaches. Yes,
When literature comes, I think mixed method will be more better than
Yes.
quantifying it.
Yes, ma'am.
Quantity is, I think it gives more meaning. So
Yes.
mixed method.
Actually, I thought that qualitative is applicable here, but I don't have that kind of wide mentality towards how to apply the quantitative method. I accept it, data based or survey based. So that's why I have opted these lenses to clarify these poets' poems.
And I just wanted to ask a question on lenses.
Yes, ma'am.
So where you have mentioned some text, selected text, and the theoretical lenses, is it the first will connect with all the 4 lenses which you have placed here.
Okay, your concern is the one lens equals to 5 ohms or 1 to 1. You are asking like that. Okay, fine. Here, ma'am, I'll give you with a single explanation. Reader response theory. In the reader response theory, the American criticizer or the writer, Wolfgang Geisel, he clearly gives them. He clearly defines about the poetry. He says that in the literature, just are writers only for the namesake. Once he is completing his writing, once he is publishing the writings or the poems, he is not having authority. Only copyright is the writer. But the values we have to give. Audience, not audience, readers, we have to give the value. Once he is publishing the poetry, his duty is clear. We have to judge. We have to analyze. We are the full authority. It depends upon how we are receiving the poem. Here, today I can write to satisfy. He is explaining about beloved, so maybe he is divorced, some background is there. But the Pablo Neruda never explains, my beloved left me. He never explains anything, but it's left to the readers. Means we have to grasp what is happening there. So that's why that each theory is applicable to everything. And moreover that, the Pablo Neruda, Wisława, Rabindranath Tagore, they are the 3 notable Nobel Prize award winners. And they are each from the different background, India, America, Poland. So that's why different cultural background. But each different cultural background poetries are gives kind of emotional attention. So means kind of emotional therapy, I believe.
Let me take opportunity to congratulate. It is very evident the way you take and explain your answers that you are interested in psychology. So I will take an opportunity to advertise about our course also. We have MSc Psychology in St. Agnes College and also we have MSc Psychology in SDM College. We also have PGDCA course. So you will get oriented to a lot of psychological theories. So when you are presenting, I would want you to read on Carl Jung's theory. He has spoken about how writings and poems have a cultural significance and also how it is there in our nerves. Okay, so read on that. And we have therapy, like we do recommend books and poems to our client. That is called bibliotherapy. Bibliotherapy. I would like to ask you to read on that. And one small connection I would like to make, not correction. Our own colleague who is Dr. Maitri, who is in your locality, Puttur. She has done her PhD on Dr. Shivaram Karan's writings and psychological significance there. So she is strong in methodology. Okay. So what I am saying is, we have attempted to write a project. Our project was for IKS. Our project we together with Maitri we wrote. We wanted to see how in quotes, how quotes are relevant for healing and how we can use it as a one-liner in our therapy setups. Okay, so we wrote a proposal. It didn't get accepted. I think now this is a platform to know one more person. Samit, we shall keep in touch. Okay, thank you so much and welcome to Psychology Department.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Samir. Now let us move on to the last presentation of this technical scientific session. Ms. Geetu and N. Nireksha, all students of SDM PG Center.
So I'm Geetu from First MSc. And we would like to thank our guide. I'm Geetu from First MSc and she is Nireksha from first year. And we would like to thank our guide, that is Ms. Armika and Sudhir KB, for their guidance. So our topic is influence of social climate on students, social and emotional well-being. So introduction. Social and emotional well-being is a core component of student development and academic success. Schools are the primary setting where children
reductions in anxieties and stress. Then relationship between school climate and well-being, we can take it as two. That one is good school climate where it impacts on positive emotions and teachers giving them positive reviews and all give them positive impact, and negative reviews like bullying and all, if it happens in school, the child may feel positive, negative. Then methodologies. Aim is to assess the influence of school climate on the students' social and emotional well-being. The research questions we came across was, what is the level of school climate perceived by the students? What is the level of students' social and emotional well-being? Is there a significant relationship between school climate and social well-being? Is there a significant relationship between school climate and emotional well-being? Which dimensions of school climate best predicts students' social and emotional well-being? These are the research questions. Then objectives were to assess the level of school climate perceived by students, to determine the level of social and emotional well-being of the students, to find the relationship between school climate and social well-being, to find the relationship between school climate and emotional well-being, and the last one was to find which dimensions of school climate predict social and emotional well-being. Next.
So moving on to variables, dependent variables were social well-being and emotional well-being, and independent variable was school climate. Hypothesis was null hypothesis, in which H1 states that there is no significant relationship between school climate and students' social and emotional well-being across gender. H2 which states that there is no significant relationship between school climate and students' emotional well-being across gender. And H3 which states that there is no dimension of school climate significantly predicts social and emotional well-being across gender. Coming on to sample, population were middle and secondary school students. Sampling technique was simple random sampling. Sample size was 100 students. Tools for data collection, in school climate scale, it measures the dimensions like safety, teaching, learning, and peer relationships, support. In social and emotional well-being scale, which assesses social connectedness, social support, and self-esteem. Research design was correlational research design. Statistical techniques used were descriptive statistics to find mean, Pearson correlation coefficient, and simple multiple regression analysis. Moving on to result and discussion, total mean calculated were like this, and which shows that in girls the mean score is higher among girls than the boys. In normality test, which was conducted using Kolmogorov and Shiprow-Will test, indicated that the score distribution for boys was uneven and not evenly distributed. So we had to use non-parametric tests like Spearman's rule for correlation. And for girls, it significantly did not deviate much from normality. This is the test for normality. In correlation, it was found that all correlation coefficients between school climate and well-being variables were not statistically significant.
Then coming to conclusion, there is no significant correlation between school climate and student social and emotional well-being. Here, hence, we accept null hypothesis here. The study utilizes a correlational research design on a sample of 100 students, aimed to assess the influence of school climate on student social and emotional well-being. The research confirms that a positive and supportive school climate significantly enhances students' emotional stability, self-esteem, and social competences. The overall findings strongly highlights the necessity of fostering a safe
called as sample size calculation. Got it? So it is not like, if it is 600, it is a good sample. You have to calculate your sample size based on the analysis that you are doing and number of groups that you have. Okay, so that justifies the answer. And again, thank you so much for your presentation. All the best.
Once again, thank you, Geeta and Risha. This brings us to the end of today's session. Before we move on to the vote of thanks,
so thank you so much for organizing the paper presentation conference on a very relevant topic. And all papers were good. And the students also presented in a very enthusiastic way. Only thing I felt was probably a little bit of method and scientific rigor. Probably we shall increase awareness on that, and in future conferences probably we can screen some of the papers. Something like that can be done. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
thank you, ma'am. So it is time to facilitate our chairperson and our co-chairperson with a certificate of appreciation. And I would like to invite Ms. Shreya B to present Dr. Kavastri with the certificate.
Now I would like Ms. Aishwarya to felicitate our co-chairperson, Dr. Vandana Jain, with the certificate. This brings us to the end of today's session, vote of thanks. I extend my sincere gratitude to our chairperson, Dr. Kavishri Devi, and our co-chairperson, Dr. Vandana Jain, for their presence, guidance, and constant support. A heartfelt thanks to all faculty members, technical team, and student presenters and participants for contributing to the success of this offline paper presentation session. Your active engagement and thoughtful discussions have made this program meaningful. The presentations today highlighted diverse and meaningful areas of psychology, from understanding social and emotional well-being to strengthening mental health education in schools. These papers provided valuable insights that deepen our understanding of mental health, well-being, and psychological factors shaping individuals across different environments. We look forward to many more enriching academic interactions together. Thank you and have a wonderful day. In AB 12, they have snacks and they have snacks and